Boom. Everybody texting me now. Everybody calls me and texts me at the end of the day, right when I go live. What's up, everybody? It's iCkEdMeL. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. And I was kind of bored. Which I don't. It's not a word I use often. Bored, but a little bored. And I figured we can come on and hang out for a little bit Friday night. I got a couple of videos, but I figured we could also do some calls and just talk about the Idaho murders or anything else relating to that or something similar. Another thing that was interesting. So somebody just messaged this to me. Messaged this on, I think it was Facebook. Yo, check this shit out before we even get started. Check this shit out. Adventures with Purpose. I'm feeling kind of loose too, so we might get a little, ya tu sabe. Out now to members. Public release Sunday, December 11th. Now that Squirrel Girl has confirmed Nick's GPS data, the roadside assistance guy, showing that he was indeed at the Boca Lake on Saturday, August 6, 2022. As he stated, we're comfortable releasing the full interview with Adventures with Purpose. Had Nick on August 19th, just 2 days prior to finding AWP. Let me read that again. Adventures with Purpose had with Nick on August 19, 2022, just 2 days prior to AWP finding Kaylee Rodney under the water. So he released this, all right? This guy, amongst rape allegations and all that stuff, Jared Lysick is going hard. Going hard, bro. Like he ain't got no charges to fight. Let me see. By the way, audio's good, stream smooth. Let me open up Facebook. I was surprised to see this. I was like, damn. Now, I haven't watched Squirrel Girl's video. I thought I saw a screenshot. I mean, I don't know what they just posted a Google Maps of the location and said that was his confirmation of being there. I don't know. And somebody commented under, is this still open? I thought this was shut down. Adventures with Now he says still an open investigation. So many theories. Still, investigation still open. So, man, I guess this guy's a little bit desperate. Oh, thank you. Tag me. A little desperate. Want to keep this shit going. Got to push that membership shit. Make that money. You know what I'm saying? Still going hard. I wonder if he's running those pages by himself now. And, they got the... He still has strong support, Jared. Yeah, a lot of support. Some people, like I said, he has to have his day in court, and some of the YouTubers interfered with that. I even heard somebody tell me like somebody had almost felt like it was on purpose. Like some of these YouTubers, I don't know, purposely interfere with this shit to postpone it or whatever. And then when I called it up, people got mad. I don't know why people got so upset with that, calling that out, bad behavior. How dare you? Ooh, something going on. Current keyframe is 8.3 seconds. Yo, is the stream running smooth? Because I'm getting a weird error right now on my end. Current keyframe 8.3 seconds. I don't know why I'm getting this weird stuff. Let me see. Video. Just let me know real quick if we're smooth, and I'll just keep going. So we'll follow up on Jared on a separate video. Smooth? Okay. I realized the other day that I was streaming in 4K by accident. And so now, every day is something. Now, today's weird issue is it's telling me the keyframes, 8.3 seconds. The fuck is that? Stream is good? Okay. My hair is lagging? I was thinking of cutting this shit, man. I really was thinking of cutting the hair. I don't know what I want to do. But old school, like buzz cut, like cutting this shit off, rebelling, going Britney Spears type shit, cutting it all off, I don't know. All right, so the first video, let's start out, man. I just want to hang out with you guys. Say hi, I hope you're doing well. And the first video, and then we'll do some calls too if people want to call in with their crazy shit. You can call it that too. The only one who hasn't said anything about Jared. Oh yeah. Well, she's part of the conspiracy cookies. You know. I'm not gonna say nothing. Dangerous speculation in the true crime community amid ongoing Idaho case. I'm gonna play this. The comments on here were kind of interesting because, I mean, I feel like it's like a, I don't know, a thin line. Dangerous speculation. Because I feel like, yeah, once you have like a following, there is some sort of responsibility. And you've seen what some of these people have done and shit. I've experienced it firsthand, right? But it's almost, isn't that what a lot of these media outlets are doing as well? Didn't we have that guy? I played the clip for you guys on Fox the other day that literally insinuated that Kaylee's father is homicidal and that he seemed like he was involved in this shit, right? So it's kind of like one of the comments. I really like one of these comments that should have me fucking rolling. Let me see here if I can find it. There was one comment I like. Oh, this shit was funny to me. Well, one here, I guess the irony flew over the head of Banfield and News Nation. This one here, Thought Criminal. I about fell out my chair when I saw this the title of this. You shouldn't throw mud anywhere about dangerous speculation. You guys are the biggest instigators, particularly Coffin Daffer and Banfield. Which honestly, I don't disagree. I've seen some stuff online. I've honestly muted some people on Twitter because I just don't want to see the bullshit that I've seen, especially with the Kaylee case, you know? So, I mean, some of the same people that are talking about are the instigators. I don't know about Banfield, but let's see.
The podcast Hidden. I want to turn now to Lauren Matthias. She's the host of the podcast Hidden True Crime, and she's a former broadcast journalist from East Idaho as well.
And I'm not impressed. Well, it depends, but I really don't care about people's accolades. Like if you act a certain way, you behave a certain way, I don't care that you've done this and you've done that in your life. Some people will bypass any kind of behavior or characteristic or whatever because they've done this and that. So that just gives them the pass to do whatever the fuck they want and treat you however they want. And people will just get on their hands and knees and just accept it.
Well, she's been following this case along with us since the beginning. You know, when I spotted those numbers going down and spotted that they were buried in the release, I mean, it was really hard to find that. That news has been public, I guess you could say, since last weekend, although impossible to pick up unless you read every inch of every single press release, even the stuff you'd read before. I wondered if they had let the families know beforehand. Do you have any idea, Lauren, if these families knew that there's already been a drawdown in officers assigned?
I don't know if family has known, but I do know that Kaylee's father has been very public with his, he's not happy that.
Blair, what's up? You know what? It's kind of weird. Like I said, it's such a tough line to walk. So the glare in the chat says, yeah, News Nation is kind of pissing me off lately. How they're dealing with this case, kind of more as a tabloid. It's like, it's weird, because like, we've had this conversation of clickbaiting. Clickbaiting is a part. There's just a way to go about it. There's people that do it shitty, and there's people that do it in a manner that's just very either salacious or just not there at all. Like I watched Mr. Beast. I watched an interview with him today, and he was talking about a little bit about titles, but then he was talking about like actually meeting the expectations and having that in the video or whatever, It's weird. It is a really weird thing because there's certain things like, for example, people were upset with me about Nancy Grace, and then I did that video about the basement that I didn't specifically put in the title. It's from 2014. Or people came into the chat and they were upset. They're like, "Oh, this is an old story," and my thoughts are like, not that they're saying it's an old story, but they're saying it in a manner that I shouldn't cover it. Like I can only exclusively do current news, and if I cover something old, well, why are you talking about it, right? Which that video did really well. On TikTok, I posted a small snippet. You're not gonna be able to see the numbers, but on TikTok, that video has 200-something thousand views. Look at that. I edited it. I put it vertically. So just because something is old, and we talked about it in the video that it's 2014, but I'm not gonna like put the whole title this story is from 2014. So if you're not interested, don't watch. Like putting that shit in the title, like, come on, yo, like that's not how marketing works. That's not how you get people to watch your video. But then there's also shitty things that people do that's not a part of the video. But like you could just tell, you know,
that police with their transparency. And I know that he's talked about hiring or has hired a personal investigator. But I do think also, I want to say that I do think it was intentional to release that on a weekend. But I do think
so she was talking about that. I think they actually that they removed some personnel, relocated personnel a few days ago.
That police with their transparency. And I know that he's talked about hiring or has hired a personal investigator. But I do think also, I want to say that I do think it was intentional to release that on a weekend. But and
until this video came out, I didn't even know that they relocated personnel and supposedly that it was released on the weekend, which, I mean, I guess they have FBI and they have state police. And they're, you know, I guess probably going to have to do that. That normally happens, I guess, you know.
I do think, I want to say that I think it's typical. You know, it's when you have a multi-agency investigation, it makes sense to bring everybody in when you don't know so much. And then as information comes, to streamline resources and to and to figure out what you need and where. So I actually find it hopeful, perhaps, that maybe we're going on to the next phase of the investigation.
Maybe, you know, they call it the analytics phase, and there's a lot of analytics that are going to need to be triangulated in this case. You know, what Nancy Liu witnessed today and tonight with those 5 agents going through the house, I say agents, they could have been officers. We don't know who they were. You know, my spidey senses suggest they're FBI, and with a Washington license plate, that would suggest field office. Do you have any sources on that?
You know, I don't know who went in. I did see that. I retweeted Nancy there. I thought that was so interesting. But, you know, I don't know who it is, but I do know, according to that release, you pointed out that we do have fewer Moscow officials on this and more FBI. Typically, I know that usually it's Moscow police gathering the evidence. FBI hopefully is able to help them process the evidence. It is interesting that they seem to still be gathering evidence at the house. That's what it looks like to me there.
And they, you know, they're good at this, right? You see how their body languages when they walk by Nancy and the bright cameras and the Klieg light,
Yes.
they know to shade their faces. Local police don't always do that. But the FBI, they've probably been through this once or twice. And I can only imagine that the additional officers, I think somebody in the control room can help me out with this, but I think there were maybe either 4 or 6 new FBI officers who were added to this case. And looky, we've got 5 new guys, maybe. It's possible. Oh, it was 5. There you go. We got the number. It was 5 new FBI officers who were added to this case, and we have 5 guys out there tonight going through the house. My thought,
plain clothes,
is that they would need a guide. More than likely, they would need somebody who's been on it to sort of, you know, give them the lay of the land. But that to me is just an intriguing piece of tape right there to see those folks. I got to ask you one other thing, Lauren. When I cover these cases, and there's been a lot of them.
That's true. As seen by a subscriber, Stephanie Harlow, Kendall Ray, Eleanor, Brooke, McKenna, they usually only cover older cases or crimes. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing with, like, I always go back to also, again, just kind of stepping away. I remember back in the day, there was a video that I did. I was just having fun because one of the things I learned with YouTube, you should, like, always try to experiment. Don't, like, always take risk. You always have to take a risk. You always have to take a chance that you're going to fall flat on your feet. Take a chance that a video is going to flop, because you have to try different things, you know, and sometimes things are going to work. And so I was just having fun, and I reacted to this video, How Can She Slap? People that have been watching me for a long time, you know this How Can She Slap video. At the time, I had like a personal friend. When I posted this video, he got really upset. This is the dumbest thing you ever did. This is so stupid. Why would you do that? All kinds of, he just called me randomly. I'm like, dude, what is your problem? Called me complaining, bitching about this shit. This meme, this was from 2 years ago. This meme, though, is from really, I think it's like 2008. Like, this is an old ass story. And so at the time when I did it, oops, I closed out the wrong thing. Open that back up. At the time when I did it, it somewhat took off. And then what I did after, you just never know sometimes too what's going to work, what's not going to work. And then after that, not only did I do that original video with my friend was really upset for whatever reason. It's not his channel. But then I did a follow-up a year ago. And what I did was I said, what happened to these people? How can she slap? Meaning, where are they at? Where are they now? I made a thumbnail and they got 600,000 views. You know what I'm saying? So if you box yourself into what everybody tells you is accepted, don't do this. What are you, stupid? If you live by that, you'll be doing what everybody else does. You got to take chance. You got to take risk. And there's really not much to lose by just doing a follow-up video, 700,000. We don't talk anymore, but that guy, just to go to that,
There's a bit of a formula. I get it. The police hold things close to their vest. That's standard. They should. But I have never seen state TV like the way Putin releases things. State TV. Here's your clip. I had my guy interview me. You may not ask your own questions. You may not do follow-ups. I will give you the clips that are vetted, and I will send out state television. I have not seen that. And at a time when there's scrutiny, and there should be, it's odd. Am I just not in the right town? Is this the way things work in Idaho? Because I think not.
No, I agree with you. I don't think this is the way it typically works. We haven't had a presser, for almost 2 weeks. I thought there was going to be one tomorrow, and now that looks like it's not true. And to be releasing these videos, reporters can ask questions. It's a very different thing. Yes, do we see them? And the questions are scripted.
And I thought this was so interesting about what she said, that supposedly like questions being scripted, very controlled about what you can ask. And now I'm going to show you a video that came out, I think 40 minutes ago, an hour ago, from the chief making a statement, I think, about the vehicles.
They're saying what they want to say. It's very, very curious. And I also think it leads to speculation, some dangerous speculation in the true crime community. I'm really hoping that we see a press conference soon where they can.
The one thing I am kind of glad about, though, is that at least they're trying to dispel shit, like with the cars, the body cam video, the people that they believe are suspects, or we believe are suspects. People look at them. At least they're doing more than the people on the KR case did, I think, as far as dispelling what they can.
Where reporters can ask the questions they want to ask.
Right. Exactly. Because there's still a ton of questions I have for the folks, who are working this investigation. Stuff they can answer. Stuff that they can answer that won't impede the investigation.
That's true, too. Blair said the Moscow PD gives press release updates almost every day. That's true. They do.
Lauren, as always, it's good to have you. Thank you for giving us the perspective, especially from right there. It's important to know, what's going on the ground. So much appreciated. We'll have you back. Thanks again.
That was that. I don't know what this part's about. Dangerous speculation, like when Banfield brought on some guy who wrote a book called Town vs. Gown and speculated a resident of the town killed the students out of frustration with the university. I mean, that's what everybody's doing, because there's nothing really coming out. So people are talking, people are speculating, I just think it's like more dangerous. People are being doxxed, so people showing up at the houses, harassing. Let me see here. Oh, let me do this interview here. This came out just 40-something minutes ago.
How are police using them?
We've had an amazing amount of tips come in on the white car. We appreciate everybody's help that has been sending in those tips, and investigators are vetting those and they're following up on those, and the response has been very great. We appreciate all the help from across the nation and our community.
In some cases, we're hearing that people are borderline being harassed by speculation and rumors out there. What are police doing about that?
Well, what we want people to know is that individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful, because some of it's happening online, some of it's happening through phone calls and in person, and people could be charged possibly in the future if it continues to a point where it reaches a criminal element.
And so even calling, and I guess even in person,
What can people do to help that situation?
I think number one, just call us anytime that there's any of that happening so that we can deal with that immediately.
And what about the information? what is being done to make sure the information that is out there is not causing speculation and rumors?
You know, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors, and what we want to say is we're the official source of information, and we want people to pay attention to what we're putting out there, because that is accurate information, and anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation, and we want to put an end to that as soon as possible.
Now, the other thing, let me do this real quick. This was a good post. I think Mo posted this on Discord. It says here, let me get the big screen. Investigators have been monitoring online activity related to this ongoing and active case and are aware of the large amount of rumors and misinformation being shared, as well as harassing and threatening behavior toward potentially involved parties. Oh, somebody here, Snap Rose. People have the right to free speech as long as it's not threatening or harassing. The police gave literally messed up this case up. They're incompetent and definitely have no idea how to solve this. Almost 4 weeks and still no suspect. Part 2 or 3. Anyone engaging in threats or harassment, whether in person, online, or otherwise, needs to understand that they could be subjecting themselves to criminal charges. And 3 out of 3, Moscow Police Department cautions the public to not rely on rumors and remains committed to keeping the public informed. We urge reliance on official channels for accurate information. They never do anything to those people, though. So why would they think this message here scares anybody? Those people rarely ever suffer any kind of consequences. Are people really going to believe that, okay, let's stop because we're going to face some sort of charges? They never do nothing. And maybe it's kind of hard to do something, I guess, in certain aspects. The other thing I wanted to kind of cover, and we'll do calls in a little bit. This was about the neighbor. So there was like 2 neighbors, people that lived close by, that had spoken to the Idaho Statesman, and BL sent this to me, trying to find a place. Let's see, is that the first? Okay, here we go. Let's start with this one. Anna C., 29, a University of Idaho master's student in environmental science who declined to provide her last name. Shit, I would too. I wouldn't give my first name. They just call me AC or A. I just have one initial. Fuck that. Lives with her boyfriend next to the home in the 1100 block of King Road, which just Anna C. and the address that you live around there is enough to pull up all the people in that area. But since the start of the school, she said they routinely had to wear earplugs to go to bed. You could hear them yelling, "I think good for you." She said in an interview outside her doorstep, describing at least a dozen people usually at home. I would walk by when I take the dog to pee down the hill and think, geez, I should crash the party, but I'm too old for that. Since August, the home had 3 noise complaints for loud music, including 2 on the same night in early September. Reported to police, according to the Statesman Review of Moscow police reports related to the tenants, both came from homes located on the street just above the valley where the 3-story, 6-bedroom King Road home sits. Anna actually woke up at about 2 a.m. on Sunday, November 13. She said when Spot, the couple's 7-year-old Alaskan Husky mix, began heaving, that's when she noticed the rare calm of the neighborhood, Anna said, but she couldn't get back to sleep, so she played a computer game until what she estimated was about 5 a.m. She toggled between taking her headphones on and off just to enjoy the quiet. She repeated what she said. She told police the next day when they came to her door. She didn't hear anything overnight that seemed concerning. A number of neighbors appeared home but didn't answer their doors when a reporter visited, while others who did declined to answer questions for the Statesman. It's been kind of a rough time, a young woman living near the home said, pressing her apartment door shut. There was another person that spoke about hearing something. Let me see where that's at. Oh, here we go. I think this must be the person. Inan Harsh, 30, originally from Pullman, said he's lived a few doors down in the same apartment complex for about 2 years. He works as a cook in an upscale restaurant in his hometown and does not attend the University of Idaho. He said, Harsh, too, said he took a note of the unusual quiet of the surroundings when he got home from work at approximately 1:30 a.m. on November 13. He's used to a noisy environment even at that hour, he said, and once over the summer wandered into one of his neighbor's house parties, thinking it was Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin, with whom he shared some conversation. So he actually stumbled into their apartment, I guess, over the summer, one of his neighbor's house parties. Oh, thinking it was Goncalves, Kernodle, Chapin, with whom he had shared conversations. That Sunday, however, the typical weekend crowd of 15 to 20 people in the home's backyard, sometimes with a fire pit alit, wasn't there, he said. It was kind of bizarre, Harsh told the Statesman in an interview. Staring at the now vacant home, there was not a lot of activity. He said when he went through the normal wind down routine after getting home late from work, feeding his cat, drinking some tea while playing video games on his PlayStation and practicing his hobby of stick juggling, then he went to bed at what he estimates was about 4 a.m. Harsh said he can't be certain, but as he dozed off early that morning, he thinks he heard a scream from the vicinity of his neighbor's home. He told the Statesman, but it didn't arouse him much. It didn't arouse much of his attention, he said, because he thought of it as more of a party sound, which wasn't out of the ordinary for the time or setting. I didn't think anything of it, Harsh said. After what happened, I've definitely had second thoughts. Maybe it was not a party sound. I'm not sure what good it does for them now. He said of not previously telling police after the detail occurred to him days later. After an initial conversation with a police officer that Sunday, Harsh said he had already went back to investigators at the home to report a black luxury SUV that he hadn't seen in the neighborhood before, parked a few spaces from the front of the home when he made it back early that morning. So I thought that was kind of interesting. First time I heard of some other vehicle. The other thing, let me see. I'll just do a quick mention. I think a lot of people have seen this already. The body cam. Let's see. Oh, that's a longer video. A short video here. The other thing, I mean, I've seen people talking about this in my comment section, and I made some posts on Twitter about this. People said that around 20 seconds you hear somebody kind of scream, or not scream, but like say, I forgot something. Let's listen to it.
Oscar PD, all three of you.
Oh,
you too.
Oh, sir.
How old are you guys? Taking out 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
19.
19?
Yep.
Okay, is there a reason why you...
So something like stop it, stop. Some people are curious about it. Some people think it's nothing, you know, college town, somebody just saying stop it. I don't know. Oh, let's fast forward.
Taking out 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
19.
19?
Yep.
Okay, is there a reason why you stop back?
Stop it, stop. The only thing I thought was kind of weird too, the only thing I would just think like their behavior, they're like nobody reacted, nobody turned around, somebody screaming in the background or yelling in the background, stop, and nobody even flinches. I don't know.
Okay.
19.
19?
Yep.
Okay, is there a reason why you stop back there?
Yeah.
We saw him talking.
I don't know. Was it a group of people just out there? And maybe somebody got louder or something like that? And then the other thing too people are talking about is the lights in the background. And so they believe that the light was the apartment. There was a light that was on and then it turns off. Let me show you the map real quick. So this was where the body cam incident took place. And which cops, by the way, said is unrelated to the murders. And then if straight across between these buildings here, or whatever the structure is is the site of the murders, and so people believe that there was a light on and the light goes off. And so I think they're talking, I'm going to show you what I think they're talking about. I don't know.
You guys have IDs on you?
I think they're talking about this light right here.
Okay.
Hey, pause it. This light right here, I think this is what they're talking about, and it goes off. I mean, and they believe that this is like the upper level of the house. And it goes off there. I mean, shit, I couldn't tell you. It looks like it could be between those structures that we saw on the map. I mean, does it mean anything? Does it mean nothing? Then if you look at the timestamp, I guess 2:55, this would have been around the time that the calls were happening. The only thing is, like, to me, it's like, I don't know. If the lights were turned off, it's probably the people that were there, like living there, one of the victims that turned it off. If, let's just play along and say that that's what it is. I don't think that the suspect, the killer, walked in there and turned off the lights and then did what he did. You know, I don't know.
Have IDs on you?
I do not. I think I do, yeah.
Okay.
That's off. So, I mean, I don't know.
Where you guys live at? Okay.
And there's a bunch of kind of flickering lights, but I'm assuming what they're talking about is that one that looks like it's on and then it turns off. You know, I don't know. Some people said car lights too. I mean, I don't know. We're saying it was a car. There's another video, Mel, a neighbor recorded. You can hear the girl screaming, "Stop it." Are you talking about the video we just played in the beginning? Where you hear the person saying, "Stop it"? Or is it something else?
Person, honestly.
Yeah.
Like some dude from a frat or something. Out here? Some dude from a frat or something. Someone trying to.
That's not the house. Phone light, car lights. Somebody said a shooting star.
Is that y'all's car right there? On the cover.
Car leaving the driveway.
Trying to save gas. We downgraded us from patrol cars. Gave us hybrids. There you go.
Smart move.
Let me say UFO. Okay.
Once dispatch, which we know that actually exists, I'll catch you with it. No worries.
Just smells. That's kind of it. All right. What I'm going to do, because this is supposed to be a call show, I'm going to open up the lines. We can still talk about whatever you want, but I'm going to open up the lines because I was a little bored tonight. I was like, let me just see what everybody's doing Friday night. There was going to be a chase, and then it got canceled, like all the other chases in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Except I think there was one chase, but I was sleeping at the time. And it was not a good chase anyway. Lights. The flashing lights. There was a whole false report, too, on Reddit about that there was an arrest made.
Thank you.
And then turned out to be false. Okay, so the number is, put this here, 954-787-3009 if you want to call in. Tell me what you want to talk about. What's your theory? What's your hunch? Where are you looking at? Still looking for the white car. Hyundai. Okay, we got some callers. Tell me what's on your mind, man. Do the police have somebody in mind? Do they not? Are they lost? You know, is this gonna go cold? 615. How you doing? Where are you calling from? Hi, welcome. Oh, thank you for calling.
Hey, we got some callers.
Yeah,
If you could turn me down in the background too, please.
I'm doing that right now.
Amazing. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Low Headed, for posting that. So can you hear me? You can go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I was just wondering what that light in the background looks like to me.
Okay.
Is when I park my car with the auto lights and I like get out and go inside, it takes a little bit for it to go off. It looks like the light like fades out.
Mm.
So to me, it looks like headlights that are going off.
So that light that I was pointing at, is that the light that everybody's talking about? I just want to make sure I have the right one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So some people are believing it's a car. It's okay. I see what they're saying. I guess it kind of does look like a. I thought people were saying it's like a light inside the house, but the way it's projecting the light, maybe I could see that. Maybe they believe it's a headlight.
Yeah, somebody did a layout of like the map with the house like during the day and did an overlay showing where the end of the building is. And to my understanding, the end of the building is part of the apartment complex. I don't think there's any lights on in the house. From what I understand, because at first I did think that was the house, but when they did the overlay, it's more to the right.
Okay. Let's see what people are saying now. Any other thoughts? I mean, do you have any suspected? I mean, do you think this is going to get solved? Do you think it's going to go cold? Is it going cold?
I pray that it gets solved. I cannot imagine how the parents feel. I feel like with our technology today, it will not go cold. And as far as suspects, it could really be anybody, but just with viewing the food truck video, I will say that Jack looks pretty suspicious.
Oh, he's still with the ex? Or are you talking about the food truck guy?
Yeah, the white hoodie guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, like, why, if he was with them or came down there with them, why didn't he give them a ride home? You know, why was he upset about them leaving? He got kicked out of the bar earlier that night for being weird. He's been kicked out of the fraternity for being weird. And he disappears, which...
Go ahead.
It could just be, you know, I'm not accusing the guy because I don't know, I wasn't there, but the body language and the zoomed in video, you know, he just seems strange to me.
What do you think about the spirit box? People keep telling me the spirit box. You got to listen to the spirit box people. What do you think about that?
No, I believe you listen to the Holy Spirit and that's all. I don't believe in all that other stuff.
I agree. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the call.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. I'm going to take the next call, but somebody had sent me this clip from the spirit box. Let's see, what is this? What the?
Again, I will ask for confirmation. Can you tell us if there was more than one killer? I think I said yes.
The crazy, well, I don't know. People actually believe in this stuff, and there's a big support online for this stuff. You know, so like as much as like sometimes I want to joke and all this stuff, I'm not sure if it's like, I don't know if this is just, you know, maybe there's something to it, or maybe it's just a sign of like society, where we're at in society. You know, I'm not sure. People love this shit.
Can you? Something killed them. Did the killer know any of the victims?
People really believe in this stuff. It surprises the shit out of me sometimes. I don't know. All right, 808. How you doing?
I
Where you calling
was shocked
from?
too.
Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how you doing? You're on the air.
Hi.
How's it
Hi,
going?
aloha.
Aloha.
Hi there.
Oh, we've
Good. How are
spoken
you?
before. You've called in before.
Hi. I've called in a couple times before.
Nice.
Hey, I just have a couple thoughts
Tell me.
really quickly. I don't want to speculate again from the past and this and that, but what are your thoughts on, you know, these important facts now that are just coming out a month later? I mean, why? No one knows why, okay? But why didn't they release this police cam weeks ago? Why are they piecemealing it out? I'm curious on this, if anyone knows the answer on that.
I was wondering about that too. And what I read in the article, I think it was a records request or something like that. Like, I think they didn't have a choice. They had to. I'm going to pull up the article again. I think they had to release it or something.
That was the record request, though. But all these things, you know, the car now.
Right.
The car, like all these, I'm really analytical. I've told you that before. And it's just, it doesn't seem, something seems off. I mean, in my opinion, if they don't have the killer, okay, and people keep saying, you know, they can't say this and the family can't say that. Well, why not? They don't have the killer, and they've said that multiple times. And so why not release everything now so that the public can help like they're doing? Like you've been amazing.
Thank you.
You know, I don't understand this piecemealing out. I'm so confused on it, and I'm trying to figure it out.
You know, I don't know. I keep going back to, like, I guess, like, so the thing with the car, I'm kind of wondering how they came about that, because at first a lot of people were thinking it's because the body cam, which logically would make sense, I guess, because the body cam or the thing comes out and then out of nowhere they talk about this car, but now they're saying it's not related and the car wasn't in the body cam. So where did they get it from? I'm guessing a tip. Because I was thinking, like, if they would have got it on video, maybe they would have released a still shot or a video clip, even if it's a couple of seconds, or some sort of license plate, but they have no license plate that I know of, and they haven't released any kind of actual image besides the stock image. So was this just somebody that called in and told them? And I'm sure it's got to be credible, or they got to deem it credible for it to put it out publicly like that. But I am curious. They said it was in the area, I guess, the night of the murders or around that time.
But then it wasn't related. I mean, I would say, and this is my opinion, I would say if there's a killer on the loose, you lock that town down. You lock it down. You know, you lock it down until you find, because if there's a killer, there's either a killer on the loose, which I'm surprised that they keep that, you know, everyone going to school and business as usual, or they know who did it, and there's no need to keep everything on lockdown. Like, this is getting weird. It's been weird.
But when you say lockdown,
I'm livid. Lockdown, yeah, like schools shut down. Okay, like, you know, we're locking this community down because there's a killer on the loose.
But they can't keep people from leaving and coming, though.
Well, lock down like the school or something. I mean, I don't know if there's a killer on the loose.
You know what was interesting too?
About that, but
I saw a promo video the other day from the University of Idaho, their website, YouTube website. They put a video out, I guess, for when the new kids come along. I mean, I guess they don't have a choice, but it's almost like too, like this, just back to business, I guess. Back to, you know, let's get these kids back in and get things going.
Another thought I had real quick is, where was I going? Sorry, I forgot. Sorry about that. It was about, it was good. Not about locking everything down, but okay, I'm sorry. So the police cam that was just released. Okay, I saw a time on there of like maybe 2:57 is maybe when it started. And so there was a lot of action going on at that time. You know, there's people walking to and fro. I mean, it's a college town, you know. Hey, it's at the end of the night. Come to my house, you know, we'll chill, whatever, you know. You and I are older.
Right.
But I mean, shoot, doesn't mean it doesn't still happen, right? And so there's so much action, and then with that body cam at 2:57-ish, there were so many things going on, and there's just, it's so unclear, and I'm not happy. I'm not trying to fault the Idaho Police Department, but these are like my own kids, I feel, okay? I have hardly been able to work. I mean, I'm distraught. It's just, I'm upset. And I love Kaylee's dad, man. Like, I wish he was at the head of this whole thing. You know, I do. I'm not understanding, and I just didn't know.
My last question, there's a lot of people on the line. So the father getting an attorney too. I read one article that is going to try to force them to release more evidence. How do you feel about that?
Absolutely. It's time. It's time, because they don't have a killer yet. They're releasing little by little. And everyone's on it, you know, you and a couple other people. I don't really watch anyone else but you. You're the best. But people are on it, and they're doing their, I think they should release everything at this point, because we need to find the killer, and that's it. That's my final statement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the call.
Hello.
Oh, wait. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Is there a way to say bye? I wonder. I should have asked her, but I got to get the other calls people been holding. So you say aloha to say hi, but to say bye, you go alaho? Is like reverse or something? Alaho? Cancelled. 512. 512, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Oh, is this me?
Yes. Hi, how you doing?
Hey, so I just had some thoughts I wanted to share. So I think that they have at least one suspect that they're keeping a close eye on, but I don't think that they're going to share that, or they're definitely not sharing alibis, because, you know, they may not have enough evidence to charge a person, but they're just like, okay, this person's cleared, but they're keeping a close eye on them. Because I've seen, even in really like high profile cases, that it took months to get evidence back, like the DNA and the fingerprints, because it's a party house. So, you know, there's tons of fingerprints and touch DNA, blood evidence all mixed together. So I think that it's probably just taking a while. So I know they've got to be keeping a close eye on people.
Do you think they have somebody, but they're just waiting to get everything they need?
Absolutely. 100%. I think they have somebody for sure.
Okay. And you think it's one person?
I don't know. I'm not so sure. I think if I had to go with my gut, I'd say, yeah, it's one person, but I mean, it could be two.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate the call.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right. Take care. Bye. So they told me in the chat it's Malaho.
Mahalo.
Oh, mahalo. Oh, shit. Mahalo. It's hello or goodbye. It means thank you. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. 559. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Monica. I'm calling from Clovis, California.
Hi. Thank you for calling. Welcome.
Hey. Hi. I just had a couple of things that I wanted to touch on that you guys have been discussing with the case.
Mm-hmm.
As far as that black SUV that they're saying that was, I think his name's like Enan or something.
Yeah.
The one that heard the scream. Yeah, I keep hearing. I mean, I don't know how much of this stuff's true or not, but I mean, obviously stuff's floating around. But like, I keep hearing like that it was a sorority like driving service for them. Like, I don't know if like it's just like a courtesy driving service as far as their sorority, like when they're drinking to get home safely and stuff like that. That's what I heard. Yeah, and then as far as I actually was watching another because I've been like watching this like crazy. I'm like stuck to it. I watched another one earlier like another YouTube channel called Surviving the Survivor. And they had like a legendary mind hunter and like a psychopathologist and stuff like that. And they had like very good points of like view on what they think the person
A legendary what though?
be like
Mind hunter?
Yeah, like the girl that went on there, I guess she's known as like for catching killers. She's like a legendary mind hunter. She gets into the minds of like killers and stuff like that. And she can kind of give you like a explanation on what she thinks their personality is like, or what maybe even down to the car. She said like even down to like a type of car they would drive and stuff. But it was pretty cool. You should probably check it out.
Did she put out like a profile? Or her thoughts on a profile?
Well, it was more like, well, it wasn't just her. It was like 3 other like, like I think it's a retired FBI person and like stuff like that. It was a pretty good show. I just thought I'd mention it. But did you hear that they were saying that the door was left open? I mean, between 8:45 and someone passed by and they seen the door open between 8:45 a.m. and 9 a.m.
I heard about that, but I never looked into it because I thought that.
Yeah.
I should check it out because I thought they meant when the cops got there, the doors were open. So I figured it was because they when the roommate's friends came by, maybe the door was open. But I didn't know that it was earlier that they're talking about because I haven't read it.
Yeah, because I keep hearing the time frame of 8:45 to 9 a.m. as far as the front door, like the very bottom door, like the front one.
That's weird.
Let's just say like the door was, let's just say the door was wide open. Like, I mean, it's freezing. Like you would think the downstairs 2 doors that are in bed would feel the coldness or something, like it's cold. But yeah, and they actually did like an interview with the chief. I don't know who he is. The chief, is he like the one in the black uniform with the like the older gray-haired guy? Is he like the chief of police over there or something?
I always keep thinking of the Fry guy, but I don't think that's who you're talking about.
Oh well, they were interviewing him. The one that was saying that he was.
You're talking about the other one, not the bald one. You're talking about the other one, right?
The one that's like, I think it's the chief, but they were interviewing him and they told him that whole 8:45 to 9 a.m. and he said that was new news to him, that he hadn't heard of that, and he kind of got like caught off guard. So I just thought that was interesting too. I was like, I haven't looked into it too much either, but I was just like, that is way off from the time that they called, like what, 12-ish or something.
That
is.
The
911 call for that. Yeah, it's like totally off. Like how long was it open? Is it true? Like, I don't know. That's just pretty interesting to me as far as that some new information that has recently came out too.
And I guess the neighbor probably didn't say his name, right?
They were saying it was someone that was talking to them that I don't know who it was though. I didn't catch that. Obviously there's rumors flying around everywhere, but.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the call.
No problem. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, the lines are filling up, so I'm going to keep it moving. I had heard about the door open thing, but I thought they were talking about from back then, so I didn't look back into it. But this report says from, let's see, it was from 8:30 in the morning, which is, it's weird and interesting for sure. The unnamed neighbor in Moscow, Idaho, told Fox News that the front door, he knows better. I ain't telling my name. You're going to go by unnamed. So the unnamed neighbor told Fox News that the front door of the 3-floor home wasn't shut around 8:30. That is sus as hell. Thank you for that call. Somebody said, iCkEdMeL, do your research. I guess because I didn't know one bit of the story. 240, how you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey, so this is Charlie from Maryland.
Hey, welcome. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So I found you following, just this case in general, and it just blows my mind. But I was going to bring up the point that the young lady just brought up. That I read that 8:30 that morning, like the door was wide open.
Right.
It just blows my mind. Like, how do you not know the door is open? If wouldn't it be cold? Like, it's like cold as crap there.
Yeah.
But
even with the doors closed, if the room door was closed, I'd still think after a while, hours, that it would probably get cold in there or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the other two are on the first floor. You would think, you know, like I would wake up and be like, why is it so cold?
Right.
But the other thing that I thought was just bizarre. You know, they have to know. They have to have at least an idea of who it is because you know they're not releasing anything. Do you think maybe that they have tabs on the one guy, Jack? I was watching something, listening to a video on YouTube earlier today, and they were digesting the boyfriend's Venmos, and one of the weird Venmos had a transaction for a $330. Was it Chapin? The boyfriend? Chapin. He had a weird Venmo transaction. Yeah, he had a weird Venmo transaction for $3:30 in the morning. He sent to somebody else. It was really bizarre. I don't know if you've seen that.
I have seen. Ooh, my computer froze. I have seen the Venmo stuff. We've talked about it quite a bit. So I can't remember the information exactly off the top of my head. I know it was a weird time in the morning. If I could find it, if I pull it up, I'll Venmo.
But it's just the whole case is bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't think they can arrest anybody without a murder weapon. To be honest with you, what probable cause?
Right. We did a live stream talking about it and the whole Venmo thing and the GoFundMe, because the thing is too, the GoFundMe, the guy Jack, was it Jack or Jake? Jack K, a fraternity brother of Ethan, he had sent some. I think he created the GoFundMe on behalf.
$6 what you were talking about.
Yeah, he sent like a $6.
That was the weird. Yeah. I remember you said something about that.
Yeah, and that was kind of weird too. But I don't know that the 3:30 a.m. one. I forgot who did that. I don't know that was Ethan. I'd have to pull up my notes or find where they talked about that. But I know there was a weird late night morning transaction.
And back to the black car that the neighbor doesn't remember seeing. I mean, wouldn't you think the police would have said something if they didn't already check that off?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I mean, well, it came from this person's neighbor thing, but it's the first time I heard about it. I saw the article today, and cops haven't mentioned anything about this black, whatever it was, luxury SUV.
Bizarre, man. Hey, well, thank you for your time, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. And apparently it was I pulled it up on Reddit. It says one of Ethan's friends' sister Venmoed one of her friends November 12th with the caption 3:30 a.m. But I'd have to pull all those shots up and everything. So, but
yeah, it's just bizarre.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate
all right,
it.
man. Hey, thanks for your time.
All right, take care.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna pull up that article back too for people to see. 717, how you doing? Where are you calling from? Hi, who's this?
Oh, hi. This is Katie. I'm from PA.
Hi, Katie. Welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hi. So I have been following you since before Gabby Petito. Actually, I just remembered today it was the Taliban takes over Afghanistan when you covered that because my town takes in refugees. But nonetheless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's been a while. We've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, thank you.
And and so I've been telling my husband for days now, I need to call in and I need to call in because our town is pretty much the same size demographic and we have a college. So the town that we live in is very similar and has a similar dynamic as Moscow. I don't know, how it's done. As them. So I wanted to just kind of give you some insight because you're here I got all these crazy people in this town. How does not everybody's supposed to know everybody? And that's not how it is. So we have 2 colleges, would you consider it? We have a liberal arts and then we have a law school in our town. And our town is small, but I know maybe 100 people and we've lived here for 14 years. So it is small, but you just don't know people. You just don't, I don't know, you just really don't know people. But I did find it interesting. What was that?
It's not the case that like it's some of the stuff when I talk about the town, I'm saying things kind of tongue in cheek, but at the same time, because like the one I think Jeremy said, well, at least with him, he said he kind of knew everybody at the dog park or something. Like they all walk their dogs and they meet up at the dog park and stuff. So, but I say that kind of tongue in cheek because if it is a small town, like all this weird shit going on and nobody knows anybody or the weird people, but maybe it's like you're saying, I guess maybe it's not like that. I guess that everybody knows everybody.
Well, it's like the weird people just do stuff with other weird people, and like, so like they have just like a weird section, like I know like my neighbors, like I know like the people that I see on our walks, like I kind of know our mailman, but I don't generally know like everybody, but it's small. It's the same
how many
size
people,
and we have just.
It's about the same size because this town I think is like 25,000 people or something like that.
We have 20,000 people in our town.
Okay.
So right about the same size, give or take. And then our college, what is that called? What's that called? What's the amount of kids in the college? There's a word. I can't think of it. No, the college, like whatever.
Census?
How many kids per enrollment and the enrollment number? Yeah, is roughly the same too. So we have, we have a large group of college kids too. So, but yeah, we just don't know stuff. Like, and stuff will happen in town, and I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea. That's so weird.
So it's not like maybe I'm thinking of like those really small towns where like everybody knows everybody's secret and everybody's like watching each other and everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, it's not like a Hallmark movie. Yeah, it's definitely not like that. Like that's the impression that like it always gives off, but it's like, nah. It's just really is, and I know you are town. Like
20,000, 25.
Isn't it? I think it is. I think it's a small town, but it's the same. It's the same size as Moscow. So yeah, I know you're always like joking and but I'm like, you grew up. At least my assumption is you grew up in a pretty like metropolitan area, so you just don't really know.
Honestly,
the dynamic, and I'm like, man, he's like,
even in my area, I know my two neighbors, and that's it. Around, besides that, I don't know all these other people because I'm not like that. I guess it really depends on the person too. Some people like to, stare out their windows all day long and like peruse the neighborhood and walk everywhere and just watch people all day long. So.
I mean, I do that. I absolutely do that, but I still don't know people. Like, I absolutely. Like my kids go to art classes at this person in town, like all of our small businesses. Like it is really nice and like, quintessential, like little small town. And I'm super, super fucking nosy, but I still don't know everybody. So yeah, right. But I did want to also comment on something else. I think it was another caller that called in, or maybe in one of the articles. It said that a lot of the neighbors noticed like an eerie quiet. And I wanted to comment on that because in the summer in our town, it is quiet, so quiet. And then there's just this weird kind of background noise. So I'm like 2 blocks away from dorms and like one of the outer edges of campus. So we have a lot of like off-campus housing in our neighbor, like on our block. And there is just this weird, like, it's not weird, it's just this background noise of kids walking into town, kids talking, kids just doing whatever. We don't live near like Greek Row or whatever that is, but there's definitely a different level of noise when there's kids that are in school. And I do remember, I think it was Nancy Gray said that there was a football game that day, and on days of football games here in our town, they just get totally wasted in the afternoon, and then it is quiet that night. So
that would be nearby? You're in a town nearby this area, by Moscow, or no?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Yeah, but it's like a very similar like layout and all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if the area was quiet because all the kids go to the football games and totally get smoked. And I was wondering, does anybody know if any kind of recreational marijuana or medical is legal in Idaho?
That's a good question. I can look it up. I have no idea. Why do you ask about that?
Yeah.
Idaho, let me see.
Well, just because of like some people are thinking about drugs and everything, and I saw one of the girls have a vape, and I'm like, that just doesn't really make sense. Like that just seems ridiculous to me. But if marijuana is legal or recreational is legal, it does just make everything like it just I guess like doesn't weaponize drugs and stuff as much.
Right.
My husband thinks that it was my husband has a theory and he thinks that it was the ex-boyfriend, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend.
Even though they've cleared him,
He thought so from the beginning. I've told him time and time again, they've cleared him. And he's like, they cleared the guy that went to Africa. Well, supposedly he went to Africa, but he's for sure, he's like, until the case is closed, he's going, because he's like, he called in for Kylie Rodney, and what is your take on it? What's it called? Occam's razor. He's a firm believer in Occam's razor, and it always makes the most sense. That's just the most logical thing. Yeah.
I spoke to a private investigator one time that he was out with me searching, and he told me majority of the time that's what it is, like a Occam's razor type of thing, most of the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but most of the time.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So that's, I don't have a
thank you
theory
so
yet. I'm
much.
just taking it. But Mel, you do a hell of a job,
Thank
man.
you so
We are
much.
here for it. We have
I
been here a
appreciate
long
you
time.
guys.
Absolutely. Yeah,
And thank you for
absolutely.
your
All right.
support.
Well, we love you. Have a
you
great
guys
night.
too.
Thank you for a great show. All right. Bye.
Tell your husband I said bye too.
What's that? Oh,
Tell
my
your
husband?
husband.
Yeah. Mel says bye.
All right.
He said bye, Mel.
All right, let me get the calls. Somebody's calling me on Facebook. I had something in my head. I just completely slipped out of my mind. Okay, 248. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, shit. Hi, how you doing? Laurette, what's up?
Hey, I just have a whole list of questions here.
How you doing?
And
Tell
thoughts.
me. Yeah, let's talk.
I'm doing all right. Kind of snowing here tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What's the temperature like over there?
Otherwise, like 31.
Damn.
33, actually. Just freezing. Okay, so if we start with the car, that to me looks like a woman's car, a girl's car. I used to have a car.
Right? Let's put it up on the screen.
I used to have a white Cruise in 2013. So, and you know, they're similar. They're not the same, but they look similar. And I just think, you know, like maybe that's a girlfriend from the sorority or something, and they've seen the car come around the house on occasion. Maybe not that night, but they're curious about it. So that's what I think about the car. I mean, it could be different, you know. Guy's got his mom's car or something, but I do think that it's a girl's car. And then,
but these days you don't know anymore either, because these days everybody doing everything. So who knows? But that's a good point.
That's what I mean.
Because isn't that to your point? Isn't like a Mitsubishi like a girl's car too, right? Like the female cars. Is that one of them?
Yeah, unless it's black.
Oh, okay.
You know? It's like the guys will get a black one, and it, you know, looks very sporty and cool. Right.
Okay.
That's what I mean by the white. Even my car now is white, but it's just kind of a girl thing. So I wanted to move to then the spirit box thing.
Oh yeah, what's the spirit box?
I don't know what to think about those because they run it through a program, and I'm not sure. What I do believe in are the astrological maps that I've seen that the one psychic interpreter does, something Siegel, and he's with another woman who has mapped out everything, where the moon is and by the birth dates and all the planets, and that I find more factual.
But they use that. Can they use that for cases too, or is it just like life stuff? Like,
no, they're using that for this case.
What? So what exactly are they saying? What are they doing with that? Like,
I mean, they're saying that it was they're thinking like a lone person.
From the stars, they can tell that. From looking at the sky and stuff.
From mapping out the four by their birth dates and where they astrological things, the planets and everything were on that day, November 13th. And they're just, it was, I have to say, it was a little over my head, and I had to keep watching it because it's like, well, I've never actually, had somebody do that. But I do believe that more. And they're theorizing all things by the stars and the planets and the moon and the phases of everything, Mars and like the warrior, and then they go into the signs about Aries and Taurus and who what their signs were and where everything was on that day at that time. So
they can't.
I find that.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I find that more believable than the spirit box. Because I watch those shows too, Paranormal Nightmare and all that, and then you never see anything. You might hear noises or something, but there's not really too much evidence in that respect. And then it's all through a program, so how do you know what's programmed in the program for that?
Right. And some of the people just use apps versus like...
That's what I mean, an app, which is a program. So
right.
That's
but
what
some of
I
them got a
mean.
spirit box. Like, I wonder what that is. Isn't it just like a radio or something? Or?
Well, some of them actually just use radio, and they change the channels themselves. And even that's more believable. It's like that movie White Noise.
Oh, okay.
You remember that movie?
Yeah.
And where you could hear noises and voices in the TV if you left it on White Noise.
Oh, okay. All right. Any final thoughts?
Different. Yeah, the door being open.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
I remember that from the very beginning when the police guy that we keep seeing, Fry, said the door was open. And I just thought, not locked. But then the more I kept watching it over again and over again, it was like he said the door was open. And so what about Jeremy? That he was out there with his dog all the time, on a regular basis, take the dog out, and he wouldn't notice that door open? That's the view he gets.
Oh, Jeremy, right? You're talking about Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah.
Why didn't he ever mention that it looked like the door was open? He never says that at all.
Yeah, I know.
So
that's true.
that's a new thing that is just like stabbed me in the head here. Like, he never said anything about seeing the door open. And then this new neighbor here, Ann C. or whatever, says the door was open. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
And then the voices that they hear in that police cam, they sound too close. You know what I mean? They sound very close to where they are, which is across this whole huge field before you get to even closer to the house, and being a cold night that the windows would be closed. But then, and maybe the door is closed at that time because it's just before 3 o'clock. That seems like it's somebody else walking around or driving past in a car where there's some kind of argument going on.
All right. Well, thanks,
yeah.
Lorette.
That's what I was thinking.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the call.
You get too bored. I still have poems.
Oh, shit. All right. That sounds good. I'll hit you up.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Have a good night.
You too. Good night.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. A bunch of people call me on Facebook. Apparently, the Facebook page now can take calls, and it's just ringing. 323, you've been holding for a while. Thank you so much for holding. How are you doing? Welcome to the live stream. 323. 323. You've been holding all this time. I hope you're there. 323. All right, 323. I'm gonna put you on hold and take the next call, and then I'll pick you back up. I'll give you a minute or two to get it back on. Okay, 469. 469. How you doing? Where you calling from? 469.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Hey, this is Angie calling from Arlington, Texas. How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on everything. I know my opinion is irrelevant, but I have been following the story and I have my own little theory.
Tell me. Oh no. Did we lose you? Oh, they're calling the other line too. Somebody's trying to get through. Somebody's calling the Google line. Somebody's calling me on Facebook. All right, go ahead. Go ahead with your theory.
Okay. So my theory is going with the guy at the food truck. This is just my own little storyline that I have in my head. And I've just been kind of speculating that this guy, okay, we know that he was kicked out of his sorority. He has some kind of connection to everybody in the house, probably has been around all of them at some point while they've been in school. So he's already angry. Just based off characteristics, I'm saying that this guy has a lot of anger. Maybe he's antisocial. He's already has anger issues. He, just based off everything that we know as his character, it kind of makes sense that he's kind of jealous of everyone else living a good life, carrying on with things. And that night he's kicked out of a club he's seen with them at the food truck. He's kind of like angry that they take off without him. And we don't know that the audio is real that's going around. I know, I don't even want to kind of go based off that, but just hearing that put together with my theory, I kind of think that maybe he followed them home, was kind of angry at them. Maybe they made fun of him that day. I know as young college kids, you kind of pick at people, like if you're in a group or of everybody that's around you, you get kicked out of a sorority. Maybe there was rumors going around about him. This is just blatant speculation, but I'm saying that maybe it was him. And it would have been easy for him to get out of town if both of his parents were doctors. Maybe they have money, and say when he got kicked out of the sorority, he already had it in his mind that he was going to get out of town. So if they buy tickets for him to get to a different country or somewhere else, he's asking his parents to plan it out, doesn't speak about it to anybody else. So if he's smart about it, maybe he didn't talk about what his plans were. And so it doesn't look like it's premeditated. He already has everything figured out with his family.
Even though he's cleared or supposedly cleared by police, you still feel like that.
Yeah, because they say that they don't suspect that he has anything going on, but they don't completely clear anybody. They haven't completely said that they're clear.
All right. Well, thank you. And I asked the chat, and for the people that are listening now, if you can contribute to the poll. I said, would police say someone is clear when they aren't? So far, we have almost 300 votes, and 80% say yes. They would say somebody's clear when they aren't.
And they say that they're allowed to lie as long as it helps with nothing interfering with their case. Maybe they're trying to build a case against him or build that evidence that they need.
Okay.
And we all want more information, but at the end of the day, we know that the most important thing is for them to be able to prosecute somebody in a court of law. And everybody is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the call.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Take care. Okay, so people still, I mean, not surprisingly, Let me get this person. 323, let's see if you're there now. 323? 323, 323. Damn, I'm going to put you on hold one more time to see if you can be there when I come back to you. You've been holding for a while. Okay, let me go to 806. Catching up on the lines now. 806.
Hello?
Hi, how you doing?
I guess that's me.
Yes, that's you. How you doing, man? Thanks for calling.
This is Ryan. I'm from Lubbock.
Who's this?
Traveling down in Houston. Ryan?
Ryan? Oh, shit. Hey, what's up, Ryan?
Yeah, so I've never called anything before.
Well, thank you for calling.
I just actually had a... Thanks. You're very interesting to watch. I started watching this week while I was traveling, and I've seen some of your videos while I've been traveling. And on the video with the food truck, the guy, like the heavier set guy that was apparently talking to Jack S, I think his name or whatever.
Joe Vita, I think.
Has there been... Is that the guy's name?
The heavier set guy, like in the tan jacket or something.
Yeah, so I'm surprised like the internet sleuths and stuff haven't found him. Is there interviews with him? Didn't or anybody like talk to that guy? Like, didn't he like talk to that guy, the Jack S guy, the hoodie guy, before he like kind of walked off and like pointed at the girls and stuff? I was just curious.
Let me ask you something. Do you have me like on speaker? Because we're hearing a lot of like background noise.
No.
Oh, okay.
I have AirPods in.
Oh, okay. Can you try to turn off the air? Oh, are you driving right now, or?
No, I was sitting outside in a hotel.
Oh, okay. Because it's just picking up like the background more than it's picking up you.
A lot of background noise.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's pretty much just my question. But I was just curious if there's info from that guy, what he said, what conversation took place.
I did a video on it. He did a couple of videos on TikTok explaining like his side of the story. I'm gonna call this person. He did a video explaining his side of the story on TikTok. So
what did exactly conversation took place between him and that guy before he walked off and followed the girls?
he said that he, from what I remember, he said that like he's never met the guy before. He just seemed like a really nice guy, and he thought that I thought he said he thought the guy was with the girls, and so that's why when he walked away, when the girls walked away, that he pointed out like, "Hey, the girls are leaving, man," and that was it. And so he didn't feel that the white hoodie guy had anything to do with it, but he also doesn't know the guy.
Okay, I was just curious.
Okay, yeah. If you want to email me sometime, I'll send you the link to the video I did, or if I'll send you the link to his TikTok if you want to listen to it sometime, because he kind of sits there and talks about everything.
All right, cool deal.
Okay, thanks, man. All right, let me find out who's calling over. Worse than my ex. Let me see who this is. Let me call them back. Oh, they're just back to back, just dialing. Hopefully she's not watching. You get upset. I was watching your show. Who is this calling? Let's see who this is. It better be profound. Let's see, real quick.
Sorry, I'm not available to answer your call.
Oh, you're calling 100 times, but you're not there?
Have a great day.
Let me try again. Whoever that is, 61. See who this is. 614. I'm calling you right now. Because everybody keeps hearing the beeping and they're calling the back line. They're not calling the direct line.
Sorry, I'm not available to answer your call.
Because they're calling me.
Leave a detailed message. Thank you and have a great day.
Can I block calls on Google Voice?
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time.
That person is just repeatedly hitting dial, like back to back to back to back to back to back. Wow, that's crazy. Let me try calling him again. I have to change the number. Hi.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
How are you? You've been calling a lot. How you doing?
Yes. I've been trying to get your attention. I've been trying to get somebody's attention.
Uh-oh.
I've even called the FBI and and let them know what I've seen. I've noticed. I don't know if you noticed, but in all of the photographs, photographs of that house, it's a ladder that's on the right side of the house, and it's been there since day one of the murders. And I have not seen the police or no one doing anything with that ladder to try to check for evidence or anything. So please look at that house, and if you're standing on the right side in front of the house, the ladder is right there on the right side of the house. It's been there, and it's still there.
And what do you think is the significance with the ladder?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's possible they could have used that ladder to get up on the third floor.
I saw that ladder you're talking about. I mean, I know what you're saying. Maybe I guess they should look into it, but that ladder is a really small ladder. I'm gonna see if they can find the mods. If you can find that ladder picture for me, so we can show everybody what you're talking about. I've seen that thing.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, I mean, anyone could have took that, got that ladder, took it on to the other side of the house, and you see, there's no windows on the other side of the house.
All right.
And they could have easily got up on that third floor, up on that balcony. And I'm just saying, I don't know if it was used or not, but it's been right there, and no one has looked at it. And it's probably if it was used, it'd probably be some indentions into the ground of, if it was placed on the side of the house anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. I think I see I'm trying to find a picture. I'm going to see if they can find it for me so we can show everybody the ladder you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to keep on calling, but I was trying to get someone's attention.
Okay.
Because that might be something that's significant, and they just overlooked it. But
let me see. You called the FBI, you said?
Yeah, I talked to them, and I told them about that ladder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to the FBI there in Idaho.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling out of Columbus.
I think I see the ladder you're talking about. Thank you for calling. I think I see the ladder I saw. I think it's a different one that I saw. The ladder I saw is a smaller one. I thought. I don't know. Maybe this is the one you're talking about.
But it's go from back from day to day one. It's been right there, even when it snowed. It was been right there. It's been right there all along. And,
okay. I wonder if there's the ladder.
They just.
Okay. Oh yeah, it is the ladder. There it is. They sending it to me. Thank you, Mo. Thank you for the high definition picture. I appreciate that. I was trying to find one.
It's been there. I don't see how they could have missed that ladder. It's been there since day one.
Oh, I'm blocking
So,
it.
but I wanted to bring it to a YouTuber's attention, so maybe you can get that out there as well. I don't know what happened, but I just seen that ladder there, and it just looked out of place right there. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why I thought I saw a picture of like a really small one. I'd never seen like this bigger one. I thought I'd seen a little small brown one or something like that. This is the first. I think this is the first time I've seen this one. I mean, I guess you could use that to go.
If you took that ladder to the other side of that house, someone could easily get up there at the top, the very top to that third, to that deck. Okay. On the other side, because there's no, it's dark around there. There's no windows behind. They could have got right there. And I'm just saying, see the dirt that's over around there. It could be some indentions within the dirt from the ladder, being put down, in the dirt. I'm just saying. But you're the first YouTuber that has answered to my call, and I didn't mean to keep ringing and ringing, but I'm just thinking it's very important.
Okay, I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Yeah. And I like your show. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. All right, take care.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and let me see who this other person is too. That's calling. 519, I'm calling you back repeatedly. Giving me trauma. Let me see. 519. I'm going to remove this phone number from Facebook. 519. Hello? Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
What's your thoughts? Thank you for calling.
Well, we're just listening to we're listening to this. I don't think it has anything to do with the ladder at all.
Tell me. What do you think of this about the case or what this involves? So you think the ladder is irrelevant?
I think the ladder is irrelevant 100%. I'm calling from Canada, so we don't really have much of a say, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
But I thought it was super interesting. We're listening to your call. You're listening to your program. It's super interesting.
Thanks, man. You say you're in Canada, you don't have much of a what?
I don't have much of a perspective. Like,
I got you. I see what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for calling, man. And what do you think about the door left open?
They're going to be able to...
The 8:30 in the morning door. It's supposedly from this neighbor saying that the door was open at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, but that's got to be a pretty tall person to take that 8-foot ladder to move it up to a 12-foot place. I don't know.
I don't know. Why go out of the way if you're killing both people on both floors? Why, I guess, take this ladder to? I don't know.
That's another great point. Yeah, logistically,
go through the window.
Does not make sense.
Yeah, I don't know either. All right. Well, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it.
I've also heard that they're very loud. Like there's a lot of people out there. And
all the time partying.
I just don't see a ladder being something.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate the call.
Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Cheers.
Bye. Cheers. Cheers. All right. I'm going to try one more time to get 323. 323. Are you there? 323. That's so weird. I'm sorry. See you on the flip side. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll take your phone number down and I can call you back after all the calls. We'll try one more time later. All right, let me get the other people on the line. There's a lot of people been holding. 208. How you doing? Where you calling from?
And then you put them on
Hi.
wax paper to dry. And I think that those would be a lot easier next time you want to do
208. 208. How you doing?
that. Does something. Me?
Yes, that's you. How you doing? We're listening to you talk.
Oh, talking about peanut butter balls?
Yeah. You got mushrooms in there?
I think.
I'm just kidding.
No. My 11-year-old is making
okay.
peanut butter cups. I didn't really think that you would answer, but I've been up to U of I maybe a handful of times at least. And I just think that people don't understand that you have U of I right there, but then, like, I don't know, 15 minutes away, you have a whole other college town. Like, it's not just a town of 25,000. It's like a college town right next door to a college town. So when I was there, we used to, like, I had my kids with me, so we would go walk around on hills, and we walked right down that road. Like, there were tons of hills, like the ones right behind our houses, and we would walk up and down them. There's paths everywhere. But then, like, on days when it was raining, I would drive them into Pullman, Washington to go play at, like, the, I don't know, McDonald's indoor playground or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
While my friend was in class, because we were there to visit my best friend while she was in college. So, like, it's not just this little Idaho town right next door, like 10, 15 minutes away. There's a whole other college town that has a whole other freeway system. Like, there's a ton of ways in and out. This could be, like, any fucking weirdo.
Right. Any thoughts on even though they're saying the students in the body cam is unrelated, and so I guess the body cam is unrelated. Any thoughts on body cam or like the doors being wide open to the first floor at 8:30 in the morning?
I mean, people's memories are not always perfect, and we heard that like days afterwards. I have no idea if, who knows if the door was wide open that day or the day before, or whatever. I think that since the people on the first floor were sleeping and they were supposedly murdered like so much earlier than that, I don't know if that makes a ton of sense or has anything to do with it.
Okay.
I just feel like there's so many ways in and out of that town, and like it's not just one college town. It's two like separate communities, right?
Okay.
Like it's two communities in one. It's a bigger place than people think, I guess, and interstate in and out. So I don't know. I don't know if it's somebody close to them or somebody far away from them, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the call. So you're thinking like maybe the scope of people's focus is kind of like too small, maybe because there's a whole nother college down there, and it could be there's a lot more possibilities.
Yeah, so I just live like I don't know, I'm in Boise, but I just keep hearing on like national news, like, oh, it's a tiny town of 20,000 people, but
Right.
it's like a sister city to another place.
Right.
There's like, you can escape and be in Portland, Washington within a handful of hours, you know? Like, it's not so secluded that you can't get to other places quickly. Like, the person who did this could be so far away, or they could be next door.
Are you in Moscow?
And yeah, the hoodie guy is like real weird, but maybe he was drunk.
You're in Moscow?
No, I'm in Boise.
Oh, you're Boise. Okay. It's
Yeah.
like 5 hours away or something, right? Or a couple hours away.
Yeah, I think we drove like 6 hours to get there, but the last time I went there it was snowing, so it could have taken a lot longer.
You ever been to Moscow?
But I've been there. Sorry?
You ever been to Moscow?
Yeah, when my best friend went to U of I, so I went up there. I mean, it's been 3 or 4 years since then, but I would go there often, like 2-3 times a year, and she was there for years. So
I gotcha.
And I know other people, like when I was up there and she and I drove through Pullman, she was like, this neighborhood, all of my Tinder matches are in this neighborhood. Which was in Pullman, Washington. It wasn't even in Idaho. So like everybody she was meeting was from this town right next door. And honestly, it was like she lived maybe a 4 or 5 minute walk from King Road. Like we walked right by there all the time in the mornings. But everybody she met from Tinder was in Pullman, Washington. So those communities are super integrated. Like they really are kind of the same city.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Yep.
All right. Take care. I'm going to try to take the local callers too. There's one more local caller, and then I'll keep getting to everybody else. Let me just take this one here. The next 208 call. 208.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So this whole case kind of hits home for me, man. I went to University of Idaho. I walked the brown apartment building right next to that house. I would walk past the murder house to go see my friend pretty often. That the food truck that they ate at, I also ate at. Has anyone really talked about the weapon, or have you dove into like the weapon at all?
I mean, just the fixed blade thing. I mean, that's kind of it. I don't know what else. Is there another thing?
So with that, I kind of have a theory on that.
Tell me.
So because it's a fixed blade and it's a long knife, that leads me to think that the killer could be one of two people. Because it's a fixed blade and a long knife, it means that they could be really inexperienced and they just picked up whatever they had lying around, whether it's a kitchen knife or a hunting knife, or they're really, really experienced because it is hard to do hand-to-hand combat with a long knife. And I'm leaning more towards a very experienced killer, because for someone to kill 4 people while 2 people sleep and still haven't been caught over a month later, kind of leads me to suspect that. I don't think anything is related to like the food truck video at all, like that guy.
Oh, you don't think so? Okay.
I think, yeah, because if they rule him out, it's most likely just because he has an alibi. Like he could have gone home, roommates corroborate that he got home. Like I don't think that he's really a big suspect, but I don't know. I think we won't know really like anything about the killer until we know about the wounds. Because let's say if it was a experienced guy and he just wanted to go in and out, get his job done, I think it would be slashes to the neck, slashes to the heart, just quick and easy. Whereas if it was like a deranged psycho ex-boyfriend, jealous guy, we would see like numerous stabbings all over the place, super messy, maybe slashes on the face and stuff.
Okay. You're local over there? Or are you Boise or you're in Moscow?
Yeah. I am in Boise now. I went to Moscow in like 2017.
Oh, okay. You're saying that. And so you've been to the house next door to it, like you said, the brown house.
Yeah, the apartment complex right next to it.
Okay. And what's that?
And that whole area is covered in houses.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go on.
Is it kind of like a party area that people kind of described, or is it college town?
Oh yeah. So it's definitely a small town. It's definitely a college town. Like the college kids run the entire town type of vibe. But it's not so small that you know everyone there. But the party scene is pretty active there. Like the sorority or fraternity house is like only 5 minutes away from there. Parties almost every Wednesday, Friday. Very big party scene there.
All right. Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah,
Have a
thank
good
you.
night.
Take care too. I was thinking about because I was looking at the chat. I want to get the rest of these calls. So for now, I want to catch up everybody. So I'm not going to take new calls. I want to get everybody on the line right now. There's people that have been holding for a while. And let me get the super chats real quick. Let me get this. Let's see. Jen Toast, thank you for the super chat earlier. Bianca, thank you for becoming a member. Crafts and Halls with Leela, thank you so much for becoming a member. Jay Westside, Stacy Lee, and Tracy, shout out. And Jay Westside, glad people like the way I talk. I talk for a living. Amazing. Dylan, thank you so much for the super chat. Says there's a new clip of the new public relations officer saying that the Elantra was at the house and they know it. Breaking news. I wonder if that's the clip I played at the beginning of the stream, but I'll double check. I'll look for it. Huda, London Mental Health and Crime. Thank you so much for the support in the super chat. I believe the killer was waiting in the house. I believe the killer was already waiting in the house. Maybe someone who did a job at the house. Laddergate. I believe it was a social media stalker on foot. Let's Chat Teeth. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, anyone hear the new audio release? Saw it on a YouTuber reported room. It screamed, "Leave me alone," and a dog barking at the time of the murder. I'm gonna see if I can find. I don't know what the source is. People are saying it was played on a YouTuber's channel, but I don't know where they got it from. And I've heard things in the past, so we just gotta try to make sure things are actually what they are. I'd like to see if we can verify that if possible. Let me get the next caller. And by the way, make sure you guys check out the Swag It app. So this is the channel sponsor. The link is in the live chat above. You can wait to the end of the stream if you want to click it. You download the app and you follow me. The Swag It, they're doing $500 giveaway. So I'll be doing that. We did it a couple weeks ago. We did it. I'm also probably going to do my own giveaway on top of that. I'm not sure the amount yet. We'll see, because maybe I'll match Swag It and do 500 too. Who knows? So definitely click the link. Stay tuned for that at the end of the month. I was thinking I'm going to schedule a stream in advance so everybody knows this time when it is. The Swag It winners will be picked randomly. The live chat winners will be picked during the live. We're going to use StreamYard. And it's kind of fun because StreamYard will pick the winners depending on who's chatting. And the more you chat, the more entries you get to win. And so maybe we'll up the stakes this time and we'll have fun. What I'll do is I'll make it a fun stream and we'll have fun, maybe have drinks or something. Everybody hang out, we laugh, and then we'll pick the winners. That's what I'm thinking. So just stay tuned. I'll let you guys know when I schedule that stream. I want to do it in advance this time. Okay, 929, how you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Mel.
Hi.
I'm Sherry. I'm calling from New York.
Welcome. Thanks for calling. How you doing?
Yeah, no problem. I'm good. So this case is just crazy. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of theories about it. I don't think it has anything to do with the ladder and bird boxes. No offense to anybody that believes in bird boxes, but I just don't, So initially I thought that maybe it could have been, I was just suspicious about the roommate because, I still think it's insane that no one heard anything. And the whole 911 call about a person being unconscious, I thought that was so weird because there must have been a lot of blood in the, at the house. So why
Right.
call in for an unconscious person? It's just weird to me.
That whole thing. Yeah, we've been down that rabbit hole so many times, and I've played some clips, which is still confusing. It's still like fully not answered to this day. People have their theories on it. I don't even know myself, honestly.
Right. I mean, I wish they would just release the 911 call, but hey, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait. Another theory that I had was, like, just briefly, I thought it was the white hoodie guy. I thought the encounter at the food truck was so, like, kind of bizarre. Like, he didn't buy anything, and he just, like, immediately followed them as they walked off. I thought that was so odd. It's like he was just lurking around and, like, watching them, and, I just thought it was bizarre. But I don't think it's him anymore because I feel like whoever did it was sort of prepared. I don't know. I just don't think it's him anymore. Did we ever, like, find out, like, exactly who called? Was it Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend? Like, was it definitely the girls that called? Like, could it have been the killer? Do you think?
Is it Jack that they called multiple times that night? Is that what you're saying?
No. Are we sure that it was Kaylee and Maddie that called Jack? Or do you think it could have been the killer?
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. I wonder why. If it were the killer, why would he call? I'm not sure. But yeah. So what we know is that it came from their phones, to be more, I guess, specific.
Right.
But yeah, we don't. I'm assuming it was
Right,
them.
because I was just right. I'm sorry, because I kind of thought, like, I'm like, could it have been like Kaylee's ex? Because, like, just to provide himself an alibi, like, call from the girl's phone, and what a perfect alibi to be sleeping, right?
Right.
I don't know. I just thought it could have been him too. Like, the parents, Kaylee's parents, don't believe that he could be, like, even be a suspect. But look at Scott Peterson. Lacey Peterson's family thought he couldn't have done it, and then look how that turned out.
Right.
So I have no idea. But who do you think, Mel? Like, what do you think? What are your thoughts on who could have done it? Like, a profile of the person that could have done it. Do you think it's a random crime of opportunity or a neighbor?
People ask me that a lot, or even like the Gabby Petito, people have asked me that a lot during that time. I don't have a specific person that I think did it, but I still feel like it's somebody that it was like personal, somebody that knew them. It seemed like a rage type of thing. But I don't know. I was at first, when the food truck video came out, I was kind of looking at that, like, oh, that looks weird and sus. But then what changed my mind, I guess, is the police saying they're talking to the guy, and that's, I guess, is not a suspect. Then I thought about the ex, Jack D. But then when I look at his structure, his I don't know, for him to pull off killing these 4 people, and also the family standing like 1,000% behind him, and I believe police had said that the person that was getting those calls is not involved as well. So then that changed my mind.
Yeah.
And so maybe because I seen an FBI person saying that like if it's not the inner circle, then it's maybe somebody like out on the outer circle. And then the thing is too, like there's that time gap with with Ethan and Xana, and so just kind of wondering what happened at the party. You know.
Exactly.
So I'm always I try to be careful who I say, who I believe it is, or whatever. You know, but
right.
Yeah.
Right. And also, that's another reason why I didn't think Kaylee's ex-boyfriend did that, was because of the photo, like how he looks. But that was an old photo, it turns out. He's a lot like, bigger now,
Right.
So I thought he was too like slim and too, he just didn't look like it was physically possible for him to do that. But I've seen like recent pictures of him, and he looks a lot different now. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just speculating. Those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. The thing that kind of threw a cog in the gears kind of was when Kaylee's father had said that Jack S, the white hoodie guy, that he supposedly had went to Africa, but I guess he got that from rumors. I don't know where he got the information from, because nobody's been able to confirm it or not. I did see, I don't know if I saw a post or somebody emailed me or something. Somebody had said that they go to class with the guy and that they haven't seen him in class or some shit like that. I don't know. So, but I don't know what's true and what's not. There's just so much in the air with this story. It feels like,
Right, exactly. And the cops aren't like, saying much at all. So it's just leaving room for like so much speculation. Like I wish they would just come out and give little tidbits or something to at least dispel some of the rumors. But, it's like nothing, absolutely nothing. So I don't even fault Kaylee's parents and her father for speaking out,
Right.
They have nothing, absolutely nothing. It's really sad.
Right. Well, thank you. Appreciate the call.
No problem. Take care.
Thanks.
No
Bye.
problem.
I found this article too, so I'm kind of like, what is going on, bro? I found this article real quick. All these ads. Let me use the other one, the other browser. The door thing. I mean, I didn't give the door thing too much attention, but it is a thing people are talking about. It is in the news. Oh, God, sorry. Forgive me. Mess. So I found this article here, and they talk about the whole door thing. And supposedly, it says here, exclusive, Moscow police chief admits he did not know the front door to the house where the University of Idaho students was murdered was left open for hours. I'm not sure where that came from. And it's coming from this supposed neighbor that, is it the neighbor that gave this name? I think it's the neighbor that, no. I have to pull up that article again. Which exactly? I thought it was an unnamed neighbor, I thought. That said that he walked by and the door, whoever it was, walked by and the doors was open. So, I mean, with a lot of this information, it's kind of like what's true, what's not. For I could neither confirm nor deny. How do you, like, whether the door was, in fact, left open? It was previously stated that the house had no visible signs of any break-in. I'm not even sure where that came from, to be quite honest. Fry said he told the Daily Mail he could neither confirm nor deny. I don't even know how to answer that. I haven't heard of this shit. Wow. So hopefully they can get some type of clarification to like either if it's true or not, or shut it down, or who's this anonymous person that gave that information. And the other thing too you're gonna have is like people just submitting. If there's somebody out there that's the killer, right, which there is, and they're watching this shit, which they're probably getting a kick out of this, I wouldn't be surprised if they calling in just giving in wrong information just to throw people off or the case off. I'm this neighbor. I don't know. All right, let me take the next call. Next call. Oh my gosh, 717. Thank you so much for holding. How you doing?
I'm good. Listen. I am a big fan. I got to get my son in the bath like in 2 minutes.
Okay,
Do you
thank
mind
you
if
for calling.
If I like call back, can you call me back?
Do you want me to call you back? I'm gonna take your number down if that's okay.
I would love for you to call me back.
Okay, I'm gonna call you right back. There's 6 other callers, so like you just give your son a bath, and I'll call you back in a few. I have 2 people to call.
Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. Thanks.
Thank
man.
you.
Bye.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Oh. Almost lost his number. Got it.
Got it?
Yes, I got it. There we go. 717. All right, gotcha. Thanks. I'll call him back. And he's been holding for a long time. 40 minutes, man. I'm sorry about that. So I'll call you back. 201. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mel, calling from Jersey. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? Jersey.
Good. Yeah. I sent you some pictures on Twitter maybe like a week ago. I sent them to a bunch of YouTubers, and nobody's really talking about it. I don't know if I'm just walling.
Is it the ladder?
I just sent them to you. Not the ladder. I did just send you the ladder just now so you get it when she was talking about it. But actually, that kind of would help out what I was looking at, because on the balcony on the top, closer to the windows, all the way on the back corner.
Did you email me the stuff that you're talking about?
I just sent you. I just tweeted it to you.
You tweeted it to me. Okay.
Directly to the tweet.
Let me see if I can pull it
There's like a pillow or a blanket or something that's like stuck on the end and like pushed underneath where like the fencing is of the balcony, and on the lip of the balcony it's all scraped up, and
Are you
it
talking about
kind of looks
the
like there could
screenshot
be.
from Grizzly?
Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me again. Talk us through. What do you want us? Let me download this picture.
So I say it's 3 pictures. There's it's like a close up and then a little wider and then a little wider, so you can see like where it's at on the house.
Are you talking about the balcony on the third floor?
The balcony, yeah.
Okay.
On the 3rd floor by Maddie's room, by the windows, all the way on the back corner by where when they extended the crime scene, there was a lot of video footage of where they extended it behind that area. And that's where I got the screenshot off of. Gisela was showing one of the news, just showing where the crime scene had expanded to. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, why is that all scratched up? Because everywhere else the paint, it looks like it was like freshly painted almost, maybe a little bit of scratch here and there, but right there on the lip, there's red there and there's scraping all by the lip at the end of it, and there's like a pillow like stuck in.
Oh.
And I was like, that's so far away from the tree. If it's like a stalker, crazy person trying to get over there, but now that I know about that ladder where it was, that would make sense if they like use that with the tree or something to like get across. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to do stuff like that. Awesome. I used to do stuff like that, like climbing trees and like using stuff to get across. So if they were trying to get into the house before they had come back, I could see that as a point of entrance or something. Just because like all that scraping there, why else would it be like that?
That pillow thing is on the 3rd floor?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's by the sliding door on the 3rd floor?
It looks like a pillow or a blanket. It's by the windows. So the sliding doors are like more towards the patio. I at first thought it was the corner of that area, but when I saw another video, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm an idiot! It's on the other side."
On the other side.
And now, if you watch anything now, it's all covered by snow, so you can't even
So
see
you're
it
talking
anymore.
about
Like
the
any of the
side
news stations
where the windows
that
are at on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, it's just a little weird, the way the pillow is like stuck under there. I could see it being used if they were jumping over, if they wanted to land softly, or I don't even know, but it was just really strange. Or maybe that was used for where the dog would go and hang out, possibly, or like so that he wouldn't like crawl under or something. I don't know, but it's all scraped up on the lip there, and
People in the
red.
chat, they're saying it's a dog bed in the chat. Murphy's bed, maybe?
There's another picture of a dog bed that looked weird and it had polka dots on it. But this could be a dog bed too. I was thinking that as well. Because I wasn't sure, but I mean, the dog could have gotten under there and scraped it up trying to run away like dogs sometimes try to do. But, it was just weird. Just something I thought I'd bring up.
Thank you.
There is red there.
I thought I heard somebody.
I don't want to say the B word because
You can say blood. Yeah, it's fine. The
No,
streams,
okay.
the streams are kind of
It
more
looks like
unfiltered.
blood.
Yeah.
And then when you pull out, that's where they extended the crime scene. And then now that I know the ladder is right on the other side, that could have been used. I don't know. One night I sat down and tried to write all the facts down, all the things the police are saying, all the things that they retracted, all the things they're not saying, everything each parent said, anybody that's not talking. Like I tried to write everything down, and at the end I ended up right where I began. So I don't know. Hopefully the evidence leads them exactly where they need to find. But that's it. Thank you so much, Melly.
Appreciate you pointing it out. Thank you.
And I love the police chases.
I know we're so overdue for one. I don't know what's going on. It's frustrating that it's been like weeks since we've really had one. I don't know. It's kind of like, ugh. You know?
The last one going into the stadium and just going right past, I was dying, rolling. All right, Mel. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you. All right, take care. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I want to do something crazy right now. Let's see. Can we do it? I don't want to get too crazy because we got to do the giveaway. Let's see if we do that. Okay. 904. 904. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, sorry. I couldn't hear myself. Hey, Mel.
Hey, welcome. How's it going?
My Florida friend. It's Winter Blue.
Winter Blue. How's it going?
We've talked.
Is this Sally?
Texted on a few cases, but
Is Sally?
what?
Sally?
No, it's
Oh.
it's B. I just texted you last night, so you'll
B.
probably figure it out. I want to say my name. About the roommates, I texted you like last night or the night before.
On the Google Voice number or the? Shit, I got 44
think
text messages.
so. I think so.
Okay.
Okay, but I wanted to give a shout out first before my thoughts. And I want to preempt what I'm about to say first, that of course I felt devastated by all of this. And I follow true crime cases as we all here do. And we can only hope that we can help in some small way, right?
Right.
But, and this may be an unpopular opinion, but this isn't an episode of CSI. You know, it doesn't happen in 60 minutes. Everyone is jumping on law enforcement, but they can only process with what's been presented, you know, as evidence and follow up with thousands of tips and leads. They have to do this methodically and without giving the public all the details. You know, I was listening to Will, the Glare, and what he said about that chief of police. And
What did he say?
I totally agree with him. I think he was just, he actually said something funny. He said, you know, if I got arrested or called in and that chief of police, you know, called me in, I would probably have a hard time lying to him because he's so organic. He's not egomaniacal. He's not trying to cover up for the police department. Anyway, I just want to say that you and Will continue to give that grace. And I think we all need to do the same. I know it's frustrating and we all should continue to talk. And that's why y'all have your channels and offer valid theories. But ultimately, we know that the dark will come to light.
Right.
Second, and I'm sorry if I missed this somewhere, but was it ever mentioned, and I think that your 208 caller said this before, like I had all my notes prepped because I've been on hold for a while, but if I missed this, I'm sorry, but was it ever mentioned or perhaps even captured on video the next morning or when news channels started coming in days after of any kind of blood trail outside of the house?
I haven't heard one thing about that, about a blood trail. And a lot of people have asked about that, about it. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Steelers, for the membership gifts. I've heard a lot of people asking about that. It's kind of odd, but I haven't heard one thing about that, like any kind of blood trail coming out of the house.
Right. And I realize law enforcement wouldn't release that, but we've also, you know, with news channels and independent people filming the house, that's where I really think the evidence lies. I mean, there's no way, even with gloves on, that the killer wasn't cut somehow. But kind of going back to what the 208 caller said, and most importantly, that person who did this, they would have to be knowledgeable about how to immediately silence without a violent motion, like one swipe. Sorry to be crude, but so as not to wake the person next to them. Like, so you kind of get where I'm going with that, right? Like, they had to know something. It either would have to be more than one person with a getaway car, hence why they left the door open. They just ran out and got in the car. But ultimately, I think what we all need to remember is, right? But ultimately, it could be any one of the Jacks. God, you know, God knows there's like 4 or 5 of them at this point, right? Or even the surviving roommates. I'm not here to dox or any of that stuff. Or just any random person off the street. But a spur of the moment decision from a food truck person or a crime of opportunity walking down the street, if that door was in fact open the night before, that would be a damn miracle. For them to go into that situation, whether it was an ex-boyfriend or a random or whatever, it would have to be a miracle for them to go into that situation, navigate themselves through the house with a weapon they just, I don't know, had to, I don't know, they just had it in their back pocket, a military-style knife. Like, this isn't a random situation. This isn't a guy at a food truck that got pissed off or an incel who hates women. Like, if you really just take a beat and step back, doesn't this seem like somebody that was watching the house, had it planned, knew the comings and goings, and somehow managed to put on some kind of hazmat suit so things were getting trailed out of the house? Like, I think we're forgetting about that part of it. And I don't want to put it on the surviving roommates, but if you think about it a little bit, I'm not saying them per se, but maybe somebody that was already in the house or whatever, they had several hours to somewhat clean up the scene. And law enforcement even said it was sloppy. So we don't know all the details, but somebody that was already in the house would have had the opportunity to clean that up in a very silent neighborhood, doing their thing, and get the hell out of there. I think we're just losing touch because there are so many spirit boxes and screams and people sending info, you know?
Right. So you're looking at, like, because you don't see blood coming out, you think you're still kind of looking at, like, at the roommates, because if otherwise, then how would there not be blood outside or something like that, or a trail or something like that? That's
and not necessarily the roommates, because I you know, I don't want to put that on them. They're suffering too, whatever. Could that be a possibility? Sure. Could it be somebody that was already in the house, which would make sense if those doors were maybe open and people that had the codes? Yes, because they had the opportunity to clean up after. But it definitely would have to be somebody that had that weapon on them, i.e. preparation, knew how to walk into 2 different rooms with 2 people sleeping in the same bed enable one of them without waking up the other. So I think we need to like close in a little bit more and realize, like, if you were just to step back and go, I know this is going to sound very morbid, but think about it. This is how I did things with my job, and I had to think about my boss and his travels. Like, I had to put myself in his position. If you morbidly, hypothetically say, okay, I'm going to go into that house, I'm going to plan it the best that I can, and I don't know who's sleeping where, but I'm going to have a knife with me, because you don't want to do a gun, because then that leaves shell casings, whatever. I'm going to have a knife, but I need to know how to eliminate one person without waking up the other.
Sorry. Okay. Well, have you called the show before?
Yes.
I feel like I remember you.
After we're done,
I remember you.
I
remember you.
I don't want to tell you. Yeah, I changed my name, but yes.
Okay, we'll talk. You emailed me or something, didn't you?
We've texted. We've talked. I'll send it to you. I'll
okay.
text you
I remember.
When we get off of this,
You need to get my.
I don't want to say my
Yeah,
previous
you need to get my actual number. You have my. I think you have my Google Voice, but yeah, I'll get back to you for sure. We'll talk. Thank you so much for calling, though. All right.
Thank you. Of course. Bye.
There's two other callers. I want to get into this. Everybody's talking about this voice thing, right? And we're going to talk about it. We have two more callers. I wonder if I should just clear the calls and then we can tackle this, because there's an article that says about this voice, disturbing voice. We heard her neighbor, blah, blah, but there's no actual audio. And the only person that has the audio is this one YouTuber, Joseph Morris. I just had the thing up somewhere. So I think let's clear the two calls, and then I want to focus on this. I haven't heard the audio yet. They posted it on TikTok. It's on Joseph Morris's channel. We're going to listen to it. People are saying, where did he get this audio? I don't know. Some people speculate that it's the audio, the same. I don't know if it's true or not. They think it's the same audio from the body cam, but slowed down. So what I'm going to do is we're going to listen to it. If I think it's similar, then we'll slow it down and listen to it, slow down and see if it's the same thing or not. But you can really extract audio. If you really wanted to fake it, you could extract audio from anywhere. Somebody screaming, but let me see.
Taking out 21?
Yeah. 19.
19?
Yep.
But it would be hard to, I don't know. I haven't listened to the audio he posted. It would be hard to take out the police officer talking. So we'll have to see. But we'll watch it together and see what everybody's talking about. So let me get these two callers, last callers. 316, how you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Kansas.
Hi.
I am just going to give you a quick bucket full of speculation, and it goes a little bit opposite of what the gal in front of me had said.
Okay.
I was just thinking back to
Judy.
the hoodie guy,
Okay.
and they had said that he was at the bar with them ahead of time and was walking them home to protect them. Well, the guy is a rich kid and, has his, parents and everything. And I wonder if girls use him on a regular basis to get free drinks. They flirt with them, they give him false hope, and maybe he just snapped. And he's like, I'm just going to walk you guys home, because he's still thinking, one of these girls might follow up with the flirtation that they have given him at the bar. And then they get to the food truck and realize he's still following them and says, hey, you're not following us home. And, he had been at the parties before. He used to be in the fraternity. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that he got kicked out of the fraternity because he would leave dead animals on people's doorsteps as a haze. I don't know if that's true, but, but I thought, well, maybe since he has a lot of money, parents have a lot of money, girls use him on a regular basis, and this was just one time too many, and he lost, his mind and went in and did this. And maybe he went to parties there before. Maybe he knew that the doors were left unlocked. Maybe he knew the code. I don't know. But it's just a big bucket full of speculation. But I just thought.
They're talking about the hoodie guy, right?
Yep,
Jackass.
the hoodie guy.
Okay.
That is in Africa now. And just to tell
do you know
the
anything
truth,
about the African stuff? How do we know he's in Africa? Have you heard anything about that? Like, how do we? It's just what rumor,
Yeah.
I guess, right?
No, I really do think he's in Africa, but when was those tickets bought? Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. You know, we're on holiday break, and if his parents are wealthy, maybe they were already booked to take a trip to Africa. And if he had to go into the police department, the police don't have any evidence at that point in time to keep him. So they have to clear him to allow him to go to Africa with his parents, because they legally can't hold him if they don't have any, you know, thing ran through the system or anything yet, because that was early in the investigation, you know, and they probably figure, you know, when he comes back, if we come up with DNA or any more things that we could go after him for, then, you know, we can call him back in. But that's why he's so-called, quote unquote, cleared, is because he, you know, they can't hold him without anything to hold him with. That's just my thought. It's, you know.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the
All
call.
right.
Thank you for holding. Sorry about the long hold.
Thanks.
All right.
No problem. Thanks for listening. All right.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
bye. People in the chat saying supposedly a psychic came up with the Africa trip. I don't know. 360, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Washington State.
Washington. All right, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hey. I have a few things that I want to talk about. So the thing that I thought was very strange with the hoodie guy was how he was conversing with Joe, you know, the whole time he was there. And then when Joe pointed out the girls were leaving, he looks and he just bolts. He doesn't even say goodbye. He doesn't even say, like, oh, see you later, nice talking to you, nothing. Like, that was very strange. Like, why was he in such a hurry to get to his car or wherever he was going? So that part was kind of strange to me. And that's the strangest part, I think, of the whole situation. And then I kind of have a theory on the whole house, you know, how the person got in and what they did and all that. If you look at the picture that shows the sliding glass door in the back, you can see a stool that's down on the ground next to the window. And it's not just laying there. There's actually two stools that are kind of like intertwined with each other. And the stool is pressed up against that sliding glass door. So my theory is that the person came in through that sliding glass door, knocked those stools over, which then alerted Ethan to a noise. So Ethan came out and was like, what's going on? And then that's when he ran into Ethan. And then, of course, Xana's like right there. And she's like freaking out probably, so he has to take care of Xana. Then he goes upstairs to his intended target, does what he does, and then flies down the stairs and goes out the front door, leaving the front door open, which wouldn't alert the roommates downstairs to anybody being there because he didn't shut the door. There's no noise. He just goes right out the door. So that's kind of like how I see everything. And I feel like it's probably somebody, well, definitely somebody that knew him. Probably someone who is kind of on the outside looking in, somebody who maybe had a crush on one of the girls, but was never, you know, neither one of the girls ever wanted to be with that person, and he knew, like, I'm never going to be able to get with this person. That's just kind of the feeling I get from the whole situation.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the call.
You're welcome.
All right.
Nice.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, I know I gotta call the one person back. We're gonna call him back. Let me just get this. So let me show the art. I think a clip of the article. Again, I don't know where this YouTuber got the audio from. There's nowhere online that I see it. Okay, there's no news articles. I've looked. Other people have looked. I'm not sure. You know, unless somebody reached out to him, or I guess the person at that night of the night was recording at the exact time when they were screaming. It says, meanwhile, a neighbor has come forward with new evidence of a blood-curdling scream when they heard the night of the murders on November 13, 2022. We were woken up in the middle of the night to a really loud disturbance from a neighbor. I managed to record a bit of what he said he recorded a bit of what I heard, and knowing what I know now, this ended up being huge evidence. If somebody could send me the actual article to that too. I mean, so this person, the article says they did record something. So maybe the only thing I can think of is maybe that person reached out to him directly. Let's listen to what everybody's talking about, because I don't know what people are talking about. Let's see.
A neighbor has come forward with new evidence of a blood-curdling scream they heard the night of the murders on November 13th, 2022. They write, quote, "We were woken up in the middle of the night to a really loud disturbance from a neighbor. I managed to record a bit of what I heard, and knowing what I know now, this ended up being huge evidence." So let's listen to this scream. Thank you so much for being here. Please make sure you subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a live. And yeah, TW, this is kind of an intense sound. So I don't know if you can hear it. I'm going to loop it over and over again.
Well, it's definitely not the body cam thing for sure. Somebody wanted me to check that out. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Okay. 19?
Yep.
Okay, is there a reason why you didn't stop back there?
Yeah.
No, that's not.
Yep.
Okay. 19?
Yep.
Okay, is there a reason why you didn't stop back there?
Yeah.
Just saying stop.
Okay. 19?
Yep.
Okay. 19?
Yep.
Okay.
It'd be really hard to do that. I don't think that's a different audio source. I don't know where that's from, but
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't stop back there?
No.
Over and over again.
I mean, I'm curious to know his source. I don't know if he ever mentioned it in his video or people that watch the live stream. You know, so I mean, I don't want to say somebody would fake that. You can easily fake that if you wanted to, but you know, I don't know. I don't know what the source is. So maybe the neighbor reached out to him. Pretty intense. The last time there was a situation with similar to the Guy Petito stuff, somebody went and actually found the original video on another situation.
All right, so that was the clip. It says, "Stop it, leave me alone." I think the guy who's recording it kind of is taken back. He gasped. He like kind of like stops himself and like, I think that's what I'm hearing. I
heard breathing too.
Kind of hear like a dog bark, but either way, this sounds very much like, I don't know, like an interpersonal relationship sort of fight. And so this was recorded the night of the murder, and it's a girl yelling, "Stop it and leave me alone." So it sounds like it's an argument between a couple. Like if I were to hear this, I would have thought it was a couple or.
I don't know. Got no idea. All right, so people were talking about what that is. You know, that was from that channel, Joseph Morris. You can check him out on YouTube if you want to. I think he did a live stream on it. I haven't been able to find any source for the audio, you know, unless he got it directly from the person, you know. Now let me call back this guy, and if you want, we can open lines back up again. Let me call him first back though. Neighbor reportedly. Here's a Fox article. Let's see real quick. Neighbor murders nearly 4 weeks after slayings. Neighbor reportedly recalls hearing scream. A man who lives near the home where the 4 University of Idaho students were killed last month has come forward about hearing a scream early on the morning of the attacks in the area of the crime scene, according to a local report. It's the same person. Inan Harsh, we just read the other article, told Idaho Statesman he got home around 1:30 a.m. November 13 after working late the home at the 1122 King Road in Moscow was usually bustling, even at that time, he told the news site, but instead, there was not a lot of activity. Hours later, he began to fall asleep around 4 a.m. He said he heard what sounded like a scream coming from the 1122 King Road, statesman reported. However, Harsh reported that he did not think much of the scream, instead associated it with the party sound rather than one of more negative value. I didn't think anything of it. Harsh told the news site, after what happened, I've definitely had second thoughts. Maybe it was not a party sound. I mean, this almost seems like a different account, though. He reportedly did not initially tell police about the sound, adding, I'm not sure what good it does for them now. According to the report, Harsh previously notified police about the unfamiliar black SUV that was parked near the front of King Road. A Facebook post that appeared to belong to Harsh included a post from November 15, stated 4 killed and stabbing across street, no screams, no evidence, no trace. So like professional killers, but why? On 3 sorority sick girls? All right, let me call this guy back. If something definitely comes of that, or we can get some sort of verification, we'll definitely look into it and bring it up. Let me call this person back, and I'll get the super chats. And if you guys want, we can open up the lines again. Let me call this person back first. Too many tabs open. Where the hell? There it is. Okay. Make outbound call. And for the new members, I gifted 50 memberships. I'm going to be making some more members videos, but for the new members, make sure you go to my channel. When you go to the front page, you scroll down all the way to the bottom. There's a members only videos. You can watch the videos here. And I'm going to add back. I used to have the LSD story up. I'm going to add it back to the members only list. In 2010, I was on LSD. It's the craziest story, one of the craziest stories of my life. I'll add that back on there too for some content. Let me see if we got this caller back. Hi, 717.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm glad you were able to pick up.
I am well. Thank you so much for calling me back.
Of course.
First of all, I've been listening since Gabby Petito. I tried calling multiple times for a hot take, and I just love what you do for the true crime community as well as the minority community. The true representation, and I appreciate you for it.
Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for supporting me too,
Absolutely.
Man.
Yeah. Of course. For all the non-believers in your chat, I'm going to try to change their mind and make them believe that it is definitely the ex-boyfriend.
You think so? Go ahead, tell me what.
Absolutely. So, first of all, it had to be premeditated. For everybody who says that it was just a grifter or a serial killer or whatnot, it was way too planned, and they always make mistakes. So you're always going to have some sort of DNA or footprints or something, or cameras or something that they just didn't know. So the person who did it had to have had intimate knowledge of the house. That's not the only reason. Most of the doors in that dorm also had keypad locks. So the person not only had intimate knowledge, they had like in-depth intimate knowledge, as in they were invited into these other people's rooms by the person giving them the passcode. And that would have been him who had decided to stay the night with her many a times before they broke up. Also, her injuries were way worse than anybody else's. And that's a crime of passion, meaning that that person was angry at her more than anybody else. But she would have been graduating today. She was leaving to go backpacking in Europe. She had just recently broke up with him, and she was moving to Texas for an internship. So he was leaving. She was leaving him behind. He had plenty of opportunity to just map out and how he would do this and premeditate it. The dog didn't bark because the dog knew its owner. which was him. He was there all the time. It's easy for someone to walk on campus with a hoodie up and no one recognize them and no one really pay attention to them because it's a college campus. So much easier to blend in with other people than it is to try to run away behind fields and leave footprints and wet marshland. So those are just a couple of reasons. The main reason is the phone calls at night. So it was confirmed that he was at the house earlier that day. If he wanted to gain access to the home, then all he had to do was come over. And really, there's only two reasons you call somebody that much. And one, just to be honest, is a booty call. But the number two reason is obviously to tell somebody about a ladder. So, just kidding. Just kidding. They called him. They called him. No. So he's over there. He went over that night, and he told them that he lost his phone. He lost his phone. So I need you to call my phone because it's here somewhere. That gives him access to roam around the house and do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, he was seen by the other couple. The only reason that you go upstairs is because that's where your target is. And the only reason you do any killing downstairs is because they saw you. And so that's how he did it. The dog was let out, and the dog didn't think anything of it. The dog didn't bark because the dog knew him. They knew him. They let him in. They were familiar with him. She was so friendly with him. It was him. And he left. Oh, yeah, he asked. He said, can you call my phone? I think I left it here. That's how he gains access to the home. It's not very hard. Like, a crime of, like, if the gentleman with the hoodie is the killer, which I'd be completely shocked, that means that he would have to have been so angry that he would have did this. He would have left evidence behind. The reason that they haven't found any evidence and they don't have anybody, quote unquote, in the person, the ex-boyfriend, if you will, has been cleared is because his DNA and his fingerprints are already there.
And what do you think about like his stature, like his body build and stuff? They'd be able to.
He's a bigger dude now. That picture is older, but it doesn't really matter because they're familiar. When you're comfortable with somebody, your guard's going to be down. And they all knew him. He spent multiple nights there. He spent weeks in a row there. They're not going to suspect anything. Because one could have been with the other one. She could have said, I'll help you look. They could have walked downstairs. The other one could have called upstairs. All the meanwhile, he left his phone at his house on purpose, knowing that it's going to be pinged.
And what do you think about cops clearing him?
Again, so there's two reasons why he could be cleared. He could be cleared because they already found his DNA and his fingerprints everywhere. Why? Because he was already there. So it's not the fact that he didn't leave any evidence behind. It's that his evidence is mixed in with everything else in that house. So therefore, they can't suspect him or name him as a suspect because they can't physically prove it. Even though they clear him, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's innocent. You had a caller earlier tonight that said that they could literally tell a lie to make them feel a false sense of security, which is completely true, because if the killer didn't mess up that night, they could mess up later. And that's why they probably didn't.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting theory. And the chat seems to, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
They could throw something at me, but it's another person would have left fingerprints that would have not been there any other time. DNA would not have been there any other time, but his is already there. So therefore, he didn't even need to hide anything. They say, like, what if the killer used gloves? Depending upon what type of gloves, they're going to leave a powder behind, or they're going to leave smears on the glass of phones. So, like someone said, if he would have used their phones to call him as an alibi, then he would have left smears on their phones with the rubber gloves, and that would have been indicated. The lack of presence of evidence is evidence itself.
So do you think let's say if we go with the theory, he was able to kill all of them without, I guess, getting any kind of significant injuries, I guess, whether cutting himself or getting...
That's a great question. That's a wonderful question. So here's the deal. This is how it would be done, in my opinion, sir. So You go upstairs, you say, hey, listen, I left my phone here. You already have the passcodes, right? So you can get in anywhere at any time. And they're not alarmed that you're there because you're there all the time. And so you go in and you say, hey, I think I left my phone here, whatever. You chit-chat, and you're talking to the girls upstairs, correct? Then all of a sudden, unfortunately, the couple comes out, or one of the couple comes out, and they see you there. And they're like, oh, hey, man, what's up? And you say hi back. And now you know that you have to do the deed, not twice but 4 times. And so what happens is that they go upstairs, and maybe he says he's drunk and he can't find his phone, and can I crash in your room? And she sleeps in Maddie's room, right? Because she's done with him. So he pretends to go to sleep, they pretend to go to sleep, and then what happens is you take one out. Unfortunately, when you take one out, it takes a blink of an eye. Physically, unfortunately, a blink of an eye to unalive someone. And so in that blink of an eye, they're not going to fight back. They can ravage around a little bit, but they're not going to fight back. All you have to do is step away. You do that to one person, the other person sort of kind of groggy, they wake up, they're like, what's going on? You have to remember, this is a party house. And so there was drugs and alcohol throughout this house all the time. So loud noises, thrashing, arguments, fights, yelling, like, what is going on? That sort of mentality and environment happened all the time. So it wasn't shocking. It wouldn't be shocking if somebody yelled. They wouldn't automatically jump up and say, oh my gosh, like, what's going on? That's another reason why I believe it was him, because that phone call, like, they said that, they were calling him for help. They weren't calling him for help. You call the cops for help. You call the cops for help when your life is in danger. Not when, like, there's an argument or a fight, because it's a drug house. So therefore, you're not going to call the cops when there's a fight, because you don't want to get in trouble because there's drugs in your house. But when your life is on the line, you don't call your ex-boyfriend. You don't call your friend's ex-boyfriend. You call the cops. So when they fall asleep, he moves over to one room, takes out one. The other one sort of stirs in the bed, and he takes out the other. He goes downstairs, and the reason that the girl had defensive measures is because he killed the man first. Because he knew that if he killed the woman first, the man would wake up and he could potentially have a fight. So he kills the male first. In doing so, he does struggle a little bit, but again, that little bit of struggling could be him just getting out of bed and grabbing his wounds, and then she wakes up because he's falling out of bed. So then he goes after her. Therefore, there's no defensive wounds because no one had time to defend themselves. She's in shock because the person that she loves is on the floor bleeding to death. And the girls upstairs, they were knocked out. They were asleep. It's a party house. Someone screaming and yelling. They could have even thought it was like the couple downstairs.
Damn. Well, I mean, there seems to be a lot of people saying it's plausible.
It's unfortunate. Don't get me wrong. It's unfortunate, sir. I mean, it's horrible. But for no one to not leave anything behind at all, like the smidge of evidence, like I said earlier, like the lack of evidence is evidence itself. It's him. The only person who would be so angry and have enough time and know the house so well would be this gentleman.
All right. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you for holding before, too.
Oh, no, thank you. I get my son bath every night, and it's just that from like 10:02 to like 10:07, it's like a very stressful time. So I really appreciate you calling
I got it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely, and you do awesome work again. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Okay, so that was all the calls. I wanted to call him back. I'm going to get the super chats. I wanted to play this video clip, too, because somebody mentioned the HVAC contractor at the crime scene. So we'll take a look at this. Let me get the super chats first. Let's see. Wow. Okay, here we are. Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. Amazing. Thank you for the support. Dave, New York Times posted the recorded screams story. I mean, if we could find that somewhere, I haven't seen that anywhere. If we could find that, New York Times. New York Times. NY time. I don't see anything about that. I guess we'll have to look and see after. Vicky, thank you for the super chat. Says, shouldn't there be DNA in Jackass apartment in Moscow to rule in or out? Again, police have said it's clear, but a lot of people are still. Oh, yeah, Jackass people are still looking at that. And Jack S, real quick, first just sent me a screenshot. I guess Jack S's mother. Let me see, Jack. Wait, who is this? Kelly is Jack's mom. Hank and Sam are brothers. So, I don't know who this other person is. But not Jack's mom, but somebody, I guess, that knows him says, no, he's not in Africa. And is making this statement as a certainty instead of a theory is wrong. I think it was like on Facebook. Coach Karen, thank you so much for the super chat. Says one of the roommates called 911. What? She passed out from the blood, so someone else took the phone. She was unable to speak, so that is why it was an unconscious person call. Gypsy Girl, thanks so much for the super chat. The last call was on point to make it look like they were still alive at the time of those calls. I always felt that way too. Joy S, thank you for the super chat. Tracy, the 911 dispatch always uses either conscious or unconscious person. They don't say there's a dead person. They could have tried to do some type of assessment / CPR, etc. That's why phone passed around. Possible, yeah. Court, thank you so much for the super chat. Sonia, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for the membership. No problem. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy. Check out the videos that's on there. The emojis. Come check out Discord. You guys make sure you come to Discord. We have a whole community there talking about all kinds of things. If you don't want to be a part of the community, you just want notifications, there's a notifications area too. There's a notification server. That's all it is. No conversation. Just that. V.A. Russell, I thank you for the super chat. Says, I fear this is someone who may have been willing to commit a mass shooting, but thought this was way better to make their point. Huda, London, mental health and crime. But usually those mass shooters, they want attention. They want to know. I'm not a profile. I don't know, but I would think that they want people to know who they are and stuff like that. This person has like slipped through the cracks. Nobody seems to know who it is. Huda, London, mental health and crime. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I found it strange that the scream said, stop, leave me alone. I believe it was someone they knew. If it was a stranger, they would have yelled help. Nanny, thank you for the membership. Vicky, thank you for the membership. Huda, again, thank you for the super chat. It's on the New York Post. I believe they knew him. Otherwise, they would have yelled help. That New York Post, from what I saw, doesn't have the audio. Let me look at it. New York Post. New York Post. New York Post doesn't have the article. Okay. The audio, yeah. SW4 4x4 Explorers says, how does a possible scream turn into what JM said? A possible scream turn into what JM said. I don't know. Deboton, booty ladder call. Oh God. Thank you for the super chat. Dirty Vegas. That audio is fake. Thank you for the super chat. A neighbor is going to hear that, but no roommates, and record it and not call 911. I don't think so. That's a good point. It's someone they know from school and planned. That's a good point. Let's just say that audio was from like inside the home or something. That it was the victims. The roommates would have definitely heard that. Raven, thank you for the super chat. Says solid, very interesting perspective. Hot Ham Radio, thank you for the membership. Tracy, 8-month membership. Did you see Jack D balances axe, chair, etc. on chin? Yeah, I've seen that video a bunch of times. Everybody's looking at that video. It's been like weeks. Everybody's been looking at the same video. Thank you. Raven, thank you for the super chat. Says, hello, Mr. Caller. Where you been hiding? Very good stuff. You have my vote indeed. Huda, thank you for the super chat. Says, Jack has plasters on his 2 fingers. He has motive. He lives 2 minutes away. He did not speak at the memorial. He called the girl's phone. Jack spoke at something. Maybe not speak. I'm sorry. Or did he speak? I saw he hugged the mother, and then the father. Everybody's talking about the look or something like that. If I can find the video, I'll play it. Marilyn, thank you for the super chat. And Sweetness, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Do you guys want to open up the lines? You let me know. Let me play this video. So what they said, there's people managing the AC or something?
Much
What's this whole
for
thing
joining
about?
me
HVAC.
tonight. The simple question
Open
is
up
this.
the lines.
Sure, seeing an
You guys want to open up the line? Should I order a drink? I could order a drink, have it delivered. We can hang out for a little bit longer. I don't know what to order. All right, let me do the poll.
HVAC repair person showing up underneath crime tape and going into an active crime scene raises a lot of eyebrows. Could it be as simple as they needed to just keep the heat on, or could an investigator actually seek the professional assistance of somebody who knows air ducts
Dun, dun, dun. That's an interesting question.
and air systems?
I think that's really the two ends of the spectrum, isn't it? Actually, it's possible that this could be as benign as the heating went out on the building and they needed to get that thing going again, or it could be more complex. It could be that they are calling in professionals to assist the crime scene investigators in collecting filters and any evidence they could get from the filtration system of the home, the air ducts and other areas. Or it could be something as simple as they want to go back and take another look at the forensics inside of the home, and humidity is a problem, and they want to try to change the humidity in there so that they have a little better chance of collecting some evidence that otherwise is more difficult to see when you have lower humidity. So I think you got to kind of look at it from both ends of the spectrum, not get too focused on one or the other until they release a little information. And frankly, it could be preparatory now that we're seeing all of this evidence start to leave the home. It could be preparatory to starting some disaster cleanup, including cleaning up that HVAC system.
So, people online speculated they're looking in the air ducts for the missing knife, et cetera. And that is definitely not something that you would, bring in the HVAC guy for. However, I did wonder about intake systems. For instance, if some part of a crime scene or a struggle happened near an intake, I wondered if that might be something that an investigator would say, there may be clothing fibers, there may be skin cells of the perpetrator that went into this air intake. Would that be something that the investigators themselves could harvest, or would they need a professional? And could that professional do it in a way that wouldn't taint the evidence or the crime scene?
Yeah, I think that's where it really gets tricky, because we don't know if this individual was working in tandem with CSI to collect pieces of evidence. They have equipment like snakes with cameras on it that law enforcement could be leaning upon just to snake the ventilation system and see if there's anything that jumps out at them. If you said, I want to have somebody clean my ductwork, they're going to show you how ugly your ductwork looks by running a camera down there. So it may be that they have sophisticated equipment to allow them to do that. Or it could be as specific as saying we want to very systematically remove the filters. We want to pull each individual cover to the HVAC system, and then look at that. And why not have an expert with us on the front end while the actual crime scene experts are backing them up and collecting things?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do I think anything of, I don't know, really, the HVAC. I mean, it's an interesting thing. The lines are open. Okay. We can hang out for a little bit more. 954-787-3009. I have one caller now. I'm going to take the call. 520. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I got a little theory here.
Tell me.
I never put my finger on any of these individuals like the Jacks or anything, but I think that Ethan was sort of the plug in terms of how this guy got in and into the house. So he's talking to Ethan, and then the girls go to bed, maybe. They kind of say, we're going to go, get ready for bed. The two blondes go upstairs, and Xana goes and gets in the bathroom and gets ready and goes to bed. And then he stabs Ethan in the back on his way into the bathroom or something like that in that area. So that's kind of what I was thinking. And then he takes out Xana and he goes upstairs. He takes out the two blondes. And what do you think?
What do you mean the plug by like that he let him in or something, purpose or accidentally, I guess, or
yeah, or he somehow let him in or met him there or something. I don't know.
I don't really think much because it's like I don't know.
The whole. I'm trying to think outside the box with this.
Yeah. I really don't know, man. I mean, it's just oh, there's a new clip on slow chat. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know, man.
All right.
Oh, I found it. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Because I have so many thoughts going in my head with this whole thing, and I try to always be careful. But like, it's just, yeah, I really don't have any clue. Like I said again, like I still think like somebody. I mean, I don't think it could be completely random, but somebody with a grudge, somebody raged. I don't know that it was. I can't see it just being a completely random thing. It's possible, but I don't see it like that. Some people thought maybe it was like a serial killer, but making another killing.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think or say as far as when people think, or what do I think as far as like, or especially with the theories, because I don't know. Because I really don't, for the most part, I don't really like theorize too much throughout the day or anything like that. I sometimes, like I said earlier, I kind of look at this person, that person, but then once they say it's clear or whatever, I kind of move on. But I just kind of present the information. But a lot of my friends, they call me with their theories or what they think or, with this and that. I think I've kind of trained myself not to go too off with it because of what I do with YouTube and stuff. And so I know if I say something, people can really take it to run with it, 908, how you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Mel, Jersey.
Jersey. Okay, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, buddy? Good. I think it's the ex-boyfriend, Jack D. And this is why. That memorial service, Kaylee's father wanted no part of that guy. Like, he came up to the mother, and the father just walked away. I watched his video. Jack D's house looks right on Kaylee's deck. It's like, it's probably less than 300 feet away. And I heard his alibi is the one dude was sleeping on the sofa and he didn't hear anybody leave Jack's frat house. Now, if you look at that house, that frat house, if you're on the second floor, you could easily jump on the garage and there's like an embankment and you could just jump off the top of the roof. It's less than 5 feet. Nobody would see him and just shoot to the house. Also, like Kaylee just came back just to show her car off. She was already gone. She was going to Texas, right? She was probably moved out of the house already.
Kaylee was like staying with her parents, but yeah, she was planning on leaving to Texas. I think she had an intern. I think it was like a paid internship or something starting in February or January or something like that. But she was staying with her parents.
Right.
She was supposed. She was
moved out of that house already. She just came back to show Maddie her car.
I think she was supposed to stay for like just a couple nights or something. I had heard people say like she was going to go back Tuesday or something like that, but she wasn't supposed to really. She wasn't staying there regularly anymore. So
right, and
yeah,
like she went to the house to hang out with her buddy Maddie. She didn't call Jack that day to hang out, to go party. That's her ex-boyfriend. I mean, you're either like in a relationship or you aren't. You know what I'm saying? She had a new life. She's going to Texas. She's going to go to Europe. And
right.
I mean,
she was gonna go on that trip.
I mean, no offense to that dude, Jack, but I mean, he was out of his league. To be honest with you, I mean, she was pretty hot. I don't know, but that's what I think. I think he was stalking her. So when she came home, saw the lights go on. He went over there, did his thing, and went back to his house. That's my theory on it. But
right. Well, thanks. I had this conversation a couple of times with my friend Silvio, and a couple of times we had talked, and I know they were together for, I thought it was like 6 years or something, and they had been broken up for like 2 weeks, I think, and so I was like, it must have been pretty hard, and she seemed to be, her life was going really well. She like you said, she got this new job, got the new car. Going on.
Yeah,
I think she's going to travel.
Left in the dust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she was taking the dog with her.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's a
I
hard
don't know.
hit.
The old and her father didn't look too happy about seeing the guy there.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at it. I've seen the screenshots, but I never actually went and watched it myself. It looks like he talks for a good while.
I mean, he totally dissed the dude. He's like, I ain't talking to that guy.
All right.
But that's what I got.
Well, thank you, man. Appreciate the call.
Doing a great job, bro.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Bye. Where does the supposed snub happen at? I want to watch Jack talk, but I want to kind of skip to, because we got a bunch of calls now. Does anybody know the timestamp of where everybody's talking about, where they believe it's like a snub? Is it right? Yeah. Or is it later? I'm going to look for it while we take the next caller. Uh, 719. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Colorado Springs.
Hi, welcome.
I'm a native Floridian, so let me just tell you, I am so jealous. I was born in West Palm Beach and consider my home Tallahassee, but yeah, I miss my Sunshine State through and through. So, anyways, I have a couple things. One is that you should definitely vet all of the things that you put on, and I'll say no more, just with something that you shared earlier, because I don't like to slander people, but just be careful about the things that you play. I think you know where I'm going with that, right?
With the audio, and are you talking about the Gabby stuff too?
Please do. Check out some things. Yes, please go a little deeper with that, because you might be a little surprised with what you find out. Anyways, so I just, I really appreciate what you put out, and I feel like you're very careful with what you put out and how you speak about people. And so I just don't want to see you in a situation where people are like, well, you put this out, anyways, because people get real petty real fast.
Oh, yeah, they're upset. They're still upset with me because of Nancy. They're upset with me that I was doing the Nancy videos. Or some people were, not just a few people.
So, I mean, I love Nancy from back in the day when she was like top mom, she really, she hung Casey. But anyway, besides the point, regarding this case, I really feel that, that Idaho was the police department. I feel like they're, this may be an unpopular opinion, but on one hand, I feel like they're doing the best they can with what they have. I feel like they did mess up in the beginning. But they called in the big guns, but I also feel like the FBI is not used to really working murder investigations like this. It's not like the New York City Police Department or the LA Police Department where, they got bodies down all over the place, and they're used to working, high profile murders, and, they've got their murder teams all over the place. That these guys go in regularly, they see crazy things, and they know how to control a scene instantly. So even the FBI that's not their forte per se, so I watched this YouTube channel for this investigator who is also he's like a very well-known investigator as well as academia, and his name is Ken Maines, and he wrote Unsolved No More and has solved many unsolved cases, and no longer is in the field, but has, recently started commenting on his case and, talks to like people on death row and things. And he actually hit the nail on the head of what I was thinking. People want information because we live in the age of technology, right? So, we're used to instant gratification. You go to Google and Google tells you instantly, right? You order food and it's at your door in 15 minutes, and because why? Because that's how we live, But the thing is what people don't recognize is that, so we send stuff to crime labs, and stuff comes back quicker than it did back in the day when it took, a year to get it back from a crime lab. But the thing is they're waiting for all of these things to come back, and it takes search, court orders to get the stuff from these companies, and they have X amount of time to get those requests back. And then once they get the information they need, they have to file another one to get more information. And these companies have X amount of time to give up this information. They don't just get it. Like, the family provided the information, but it takes time to get the information back. And so the thing is, and the father, I understand where he's coming from with wanting the information, but loose lips sink ships. And I feel like if the dad would keep his mouth shut, they would give him more information. But the problem is every bit of information he gets, he gives out. And so there's the problem there. So if they said, hey, if you sign an NDA, we'll give you more information, then maybe they would. But every bit of information he gets, he gives out. And that's a problem, because then they can't corner the killer when they get him, and then there's not going to be a case to prosecute, and that's a problem. And so the sleuth community is absolutely amazing, and they solve crimes, but there's a certain point where they're not going to be able to nail the killer to the wall if they give out everything. And that's where people have to remember that they have to keep some things close to the vest in order to solve it, and prosecute, which is the most important part. Anyways. So how do you think about that? Hello? Hello?
Well, thank you so much for the call. Are you there? Was she hung up?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Yeah,
okay.
I didn't.
No, I said thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
I just hope that they, end up solving it, and we have to just keep praying for these families and hope that, everything goes the way it's supposed to go. And I believe that guy, the perfect on-spot guy, by the way.
Okay, thank you so much.
Your guy that called? Yep, yeah. Thanks, Mel. You keep up the good work,
Thanks,
man.
you too.
Enjoy your drink.
Thank you. Well, what drink? How you know I got a drink? 309. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Illinois.
Hi. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, good. I think that one guy that called right before we heard, or right after we heard that little voice clip, I really thought that I heard a dog in there. And actually, he made a lot of sense, because if it was the ex-boyfriend, he probably was really attached to her. He probably really loved her, cared about her, and she was moving on, leaving him behind. And he was probably really upset, really hurt, and so therefore he had to do something to stop her from leaving him. He could have gotten in the house before anybody got home, waited, and the dog was there, correct? The dog was
So
already
the dog,
there.
I meant to mention this in the other caller. Yeah, they said the dog did not have any evidence. The dog, I think, was like in another room or something. And so,
Okay, well,
I guess the dog, I don't know, they just left the dog in the other room, but there wasn't like blood on the dog, and I don't think the dog witnessed the crime.
okay. Well, either way, the dog, somebody had to have put the dog in the room. If it was her dog, she's not going to put her dog in another room. Most people that have animals, their animals usually sleep with them below their bed, or you know what I'm saying? Most animals sleep with their owners. They don't sleep in another room.
Right. So I thought about that. Yeah. So you're right. Most animals do. The only thing I could think is like maybe they wanted time to themselves, and so they put the dog in the other room. Yeah, I don't know why the dog was in the other room.
So why would two females want time to themselves if they're best friends? And she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She's not obviously a lesbian if she had a boyfriend. And I'm sorry, but I have some animals. And even if I am doing something with my significant other, I don't lock my dog out of the room.
Well, some people are like, sometimes those dogs that get in the way. Oh, but you're saying your significant other. Yeah, no. It's talking about, because it's girl. Because sometimes when dogs, you're trying to get it on and they're on the bed and licking your feet and shit. And it's just kind of like,
Well, it just sounded like she really loved her dog.
Right.
And I just thought, if it was, I could see where if it was the ex-boyfriend, he could get in there, he could wait, he could possibly have gotten that dog quietly to where the dog wouldn't bark or anything because the dog knows him. They share the dog. So he could have put the dog in another room very quietly, been like, come here, or smacked his hands, and the dog knows his scent. So he could have put the dog in another room so that the dog wouldn't be in the way. And it, like that gentleman said, a blink of an eye. It does not take much to kill somebody. I mean, crime of passion can happen very quickly. And the other female, I keep getting their names mixed up. I'm sorry. But the other female could have possibly woken up and been like, hey, Maddie, or whichever one it was that got killed first, so then he has to hurry up and kill her. And it just takes a couple stabs and they're gone. They're bleeding out. And maybe, I honestly believe that the male got killed first, because if the male was in the way, he could have defended himself. So he had to kill the male first, so that way he could do the rest without any interference. Where the other girls were on the bottom floor, so therefore they wouldn't even be in the way at all. And if this place was redone, those walls would have been thick. They're not going to be paper thin walls. They're going to be pretty thick walls to where you're not going to be able to hear much. So therefore, if that is to happen, that dog could have been in the other room, that the ex-boyfriend could have taken the dog, putting him in the other room very quietly, no problems with that, and just straight up and kill these people with no problem at all. I honestly think that it's the boyfriend, and I think that's the reason why they have not found this person yet. Because if the boyfriend's very convincing, and the boyfriend, and of course, even if he's got the parents thinking, oh, they were going to get married, they would have been married. How did the parents know that? Not every child talks to their parents about everything. They will talk to their best friend, but they're not going to talk to their parents about everything.
I had a friend that would tell her mother like too much. Like her mother knew everything. But thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it, because the lines are full. So I get the next one. But thank you though.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
Bye. 480. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold on, Tim. I'm going to get out of the hot tub. I was in a hot tub. Here's the
Oh,
deal.
nice.
So.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, it's so nice. Yeah. Oh, I'm calling from Arizona, first of all.
Arizona, welcome.
Thank you. So if you haven't had a drink yet, you need to have a French 75. It's the best thing ever.
Hold on, what? French 75?
Yep, it's gin, champagne, and then a little bit of sugar and a twist of lemon. Super yummy.
Oh, that looks amazing because I love mimosa, love champagne. So I never heard of that one though.
Yep. Except this with a whole shot of gin.
And I love lemon. Ooh.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it's good. So, and then secondly, here's the deal.
Okay.
This is what I think happened. So, what I believe happened was we don't know who did it. I think the attack started on the 3rd floor. I believe Ethan came out of the room. He heard something. The suspect was done on the 3rd floor, and he came down. And then the other two, unfortunately, were attacked after that. I don't think that he ran out the front door. I think he ran out the slider still. I think that the door on the 1st floor was left open from the roommates. I don't think it was open all morning. But that's just my opinion. And yeah, that's what I think happened.
So you don't think it was open all morning, the front door?
I don't feel like it was open all morning, because all morning, if you took your animal on a walk or something, all morning could be your animal's walk time. So could that be 45 minutes? Could that be 30 minutes? Could be an hour and a half? I don't know. So kind of, but I don't know why the exit would be out the front when that was the main focus of light would be in the front. So
right.
I just think the exit came from the same location that the entrance is from. But I don't know. It's unfortunate regardless what happened, and I don't think we'll know until we know. But I don't think that we know who did it. And I think that there's going to be some surprise when we find out who did.
If we find out, hopefully we find out.
Do you think we'll be surprised, or do you think that?
I honestly have no idea, man, because I feel like it. I don't know. I really don't know, because look at the Delphi murders, and even that, how they slipped up, right? Like the whole thing with like they actually pulled that guy in and they let him go or something. They screwed up.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Totally. And didn't ask like imperative questions that you should have maybe asked. And it's nothing on them. Like, it's not bad on them. But at the same time, it's like, what? What do you mean?
Right.
Like, you didn't ask if you own like a gun, about the gun, about like, what do you mean? I don't know. But
crazy.
And it's fair to say when you're out of the scenario, but at the same time, I don't know. I think that's what tricks everybody. And there's so much that you could read into, but at the same time, there's so much that could be obvious that could be missed, especially by people that are just viewing as a third party. But that,
Okay.
But I still give my third party input, definitely all night and day, best believe it. But,
Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the call. Thanks for your thoughts and feedback. And thank you for the drink recommendation. I can't believe I've never heard of that. I want to try it.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah, seriously. And if you get it served right, it'll get served in a champagne flute and just soak it up. It's good. It's almost like hydration. It's yummy.
Oh, yeah?
It's yummy.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. So you heard that. Hydrate yourself with champagne and lemon. 913, how you doing? Where you calling from? Friday night.
Hi, Mel. I'm so happy to hear you, hear everybody.
Thank you.
I'm so excited. First of all, my name is Kai from Puerto Rico, Boricua. I love when you speak Spanish and make the jokes and all that and the chases when you're singing. I love it all. I enjoy it.
Thank you.
Anyway, I have fun with you.
Thanks.
Anyway, there's so much stuff that I want to say. Like, for example, yes, we know like all these theories and all these things, but we also have to look outside the box, because there has been cases where the person that has committed a murder wasn't law enforcement, because why is it that they can't find anything? Or like the footprints on all this, that stop laughing, I see you giggling over there. But
It's true though. Golden State Killer.
It's not the first time.
It's true. Golden
especially
State Killer.
in New York.
He had experience.
And the reality is, I mean, it's a possibility, but it also could be a possibility that they do have DNA. They do have all these things, but they can't really tell us everything anyway. But it's just literally impossible for the perfect crime, for no blood, no evidence, no hair, no nothing, unless the person went there like from head to toe in black mask, gloves and everything. And even though the shoes or the boots would leave something, right? So why is there anything? Because the person had to know the house to lay out something else, or somebody. Anyway, that's one theory. The other thing is that my background is criminology, so I see things a little bit different. But a lot of whoever we always think it's the person is usually never, or whatever we think it is, it's usually never. We've seen it in prior cases that you've covered. But the more theories we make up, the more ideas we make up, the more they become mainstream, and the more the police now have to look this theory up. You know? So
Right.
I feel like at the same time, I know we're always trying to help, but at the same time, some people look or pictures or whatever, and the idea becomes bigger and bigger, and now this is a new lead that they have to follow. So I feel like we try to help, but probably we're not helping at all. The Delphine murders, guys, you guys have to watch the new Criminal Minds.
Oh,
because that's what
they cover it?
case is about.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh.
Okay, short. Explain it short. He was communicating with other pedos online.
Oh.
When the police caught him, they realized, okay, we don't just have one pedo. We have an underground, group, whatever, and how they meet and all that stuff. And that's what the new Criminal Minds is about.
Okay.
Remember me? I'm telling you, that's what that is. And the reason, allegedly, that they let him go or all that stuff, they probably want to bait him because he's just a fish in a big pond. It's bigger. It's always bigger than we always think, especially when it comes to pedos and all that stuff. And no offense, but there's a trailer park of pedos over there in Florida. If anybody did.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
up north. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
But
well,
I could talk to you for hours, but that was the one I had to mention. I
Thank
had
you.
to. I wasn't going to be able to sleep. Love you, Mel.
love you too. Thank you so much. Cuídate. Buenas
Everybody
noches.
take care. Love you.
Vaya con Dios. Vaya con Dios. All right, she hung up. So I'm going to try to keep the calls to like 3 to 4 minutes so we can keep moving because the lines are full. So 517, how you doing? Where you calling from? I got to get the super chat.
Ohio.
Ohio. What's up, man? Welcome.
Man, I just had a question kind of mainly for you, a couple of them. Do you ever consider the fact or think about while you're doing these live shows, is the killer out there? Is he watching?
I really wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I feel like the killer's at the very least got to be watching the news and stuff. But also, like, I've covered stories in the past where, many times family will be watching, and then there's times where, like, there's this witch doctor guy that allegedly killed Layla Cavett, and that guy's family, they were coming in under their names on YouTube. At first I thought it was trolling, but they were seriously pissed off, and they were coming in and like defending this killer that's locked up, defending him hard. So like, I really wouldn't be surprised if, like, who knows, if they're out there watching, taking notes, maybe even getting a high off of it, maybe even getting a kick out of it, maybe adrenaline that, like, they still haven't caught this person and everybody's going crazy. They were even chatting in the chat or on Reddit, putting in false stuff or whatever, probably cracking up. Mm-hmm. He's probably getting a high off of this shit.
Like, yeah, they're probably like, you're wrong. Yeah, you're right, but you're never gonna find out.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised, man.
If my other question for you was, if you could just imagine that he was watching right now, what's the one thing you would say to him? Just human.
Call
to
in.
human.
No, I tell him turn yourself in. I guess that's the right thing to do. Turn yourself in, man. But he's not gonna do that. Like, it doesn't matter what I say. It's not like he's gonna do it. You know, whoever it is. Are you the killer?
No. That would that's a pretty gruesome crime there, but
Yeah. I really would not doubt one bit that the whoever it is out there watching and keeping tabs. And I have thought about that before. Like, what if they're in the stream or they're watching and stuff? You know.
I'm not sure if my name came up on your caller ID, but I go by a vulgar name in your chat room, SB. I might be able to figure. I'll chat when I get back on.
All right, SB.
What? First name starts with an S, last name B.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's vulgar, so I don't want to say it
Gotcha.
on the chat room.
All right, man. Well, thank you for calling, man. Appreciate it.
You have a good night.
You
and
too.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. All right, bye. Hey, you never know, man. These killers calling in or something. 717. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Mr. Mel, it's the guy. I called back.
Oh, you're the one you gave the theory in your child. You give him a back.
I did, but I think you need to get that guy back on the phone because he didn't say I couldn't do something like that. He said that was gruesome.
Yeah,
I think that's the killer, bro.
Dude, it was a kind of a weird call. I don't know.
I'm just saying. You asked the question. I said, "Oh my God, Mel did it. He saw the case."
Bro, I mean, it reminded me of the KR thing where we had the Ronnie, and that started a whole. You know, the people went down a rabbit hole. So.
Yes, I'm joking. Please don't don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not do that. No, joking. I apologize for taking up your time and your caller's time. I've worn many hats in my. Well, thank you. I've worn many hats in my time, and I do have my degree in HVAC, so I do have a theory as to why they would call in an HVAC engineer. That would. Technically, which I don't. Obviously, Idaho is a little bit different from where I live, just a little bit, but not by much. So our temperatures are pretty much the same. Technically, if he used the subheating on the system and perhaps a heat gun with the condensation, you could potentially turn a solid into a liquid again if it was liquid at the beginning. So, say blood went down a... Exactly. So, like, trigger warning, I guess. I'm supposed to say that, but I guess, you know, if there was a vent, a return vent, and if there was some blood that went down it, droplets, or even a lot or little, I guess you don't need to quantify it. You could potentially turn the subheat up to a high enough degree that you could return it back to liquid.
Okay.
And then you could take it out of the vent and test it. I'm not sure about fibers. They would probably get blown around and get mixed in with dust, but I definitely think that you could do that with the liquid for sure.
Okay.
Anyways.
Thanks, man. Well, I appreciate that clarification there.
Enjoy your drink.
All right, thanks, man. Peace.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Good call. Yo, if you guys are in the chat, can we try to get to 160 also? 160,000? I don't know if it's a reach right now. We're at, I might take the next caller. We're at, because I can see behind the scenes, we're at 159,768. So can we get 200 and, what is it? 42 or 32? 42? 70 would be 30. So 32. Yeah. 200 or 332? I can't count right now. 232? Fuck my life. 954, how you doing? Where you calling from?
What's up, dog?
Oh shit. What's up? Oh! This is Sylvia.
Yeah.
Oh shit, bro. What's up, man? ¿Cómo estás? Dígame. People were asking 232.
Nah, yeah.
People were asking about you, man. Your thoughts, man, about this whole
Oh,
situation.
I'm right
man.
here in the flesh. I'm right here in the flesh.
Shit, bro. Dígame, ¿qué empieza, man? What are you thinking?
All right.
You smoking?
The dog, right? Nah, not yet.
Okay.
The dog, right? I think the dog was probably left inside the house because you know dogs are they leave little fingerprints. They go everywhere. You know, you tell them move, move, they're still gonna come back around. So it's kind of like more, you know, evidence. And if it goes on your clothes, like trying to tell you take them out, you know, you got blood in your clothes. So maybe the dog was put in the room for that reason. And I also have a couple notes that I want to say that maybe Ethan was killed.
Hey,
outside.
hold on. We can't. You kind of got away from the mic. We can't hear you too loud. Can you come back so we can hear you louder? At last I heard you got a couple notes.
I said that I think Ethan was killed outside.
Outside?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think he was killed outside. But maybe that's the reason why there was like blood on the wall outside. And people were saying, oh, the blood was leaking through the floor and this and that. But I think he was probably killed outside. I don't know. Maybe he was like, hey, Ethan, come outside. You know what I'm saying? I need help with my car or whatever. I need you to push it. Or maybe, you know, pasarle, you know, electricity to my car, you know, jump it. Went outside and he probably got rid of him first. So then when he went inside, that's the reason why the girl, what's her name? The Xana? She probably got defensive wounds because she was like, where's my man? And then she noticed that he had a knife, and you know what I'm saying? That's one. Number two, if you notice, you know, I've been nosy. I've been clicking on all the, what's it called when you look at the houses? Zillow,
yeah.
I've been looking at the houses, right? All the houses, right? I want to say I looked at about 20 houses.
Damn.
All 20 houses have wooden floors, right? And all the wooden floors are probably, I want to guess, is probably made by the same contractor.
You checked out
They all look the same.
You checked out all the floors of each house?
Of course,
20 houses?
bro. Of course, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to think beyond. You know what I'm saying? And all the houses around there, they all have the same type of floors. So it could be that it was probably, you know, a killer could be like a contractor that, you know, knows the floors, knows the flooring, knows the blueprint, you know, because he does floors. That's one. Another one is
So all the floors are the same,
right?
so you think he might know the floors and shit. It might time because of the wood floors.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe that's the reason why he knows all the floors. He knows how to get around. You know what I'm saying? He knows the area because he's a contractor.
Okay.
Another 2 points before I go is the university, right? If you notice, I seen the other day, a couple days ago, the university put out a new video like it's nothing happened, like it's all gravy. You know what I'm saying? Come to university, get the best education. You got a serial killer loose, bro. Before you put a new video and promoting that you trying to get kids for what is it for the spring?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it real, man. You're going out here trying to, you know, recruit kids and shit like that. And you got a serial killer in town, bro.
They'll be promoting that shit. The next class thing, whatever it is.
No, and that's what I'm saying. You know, it's just like the movies. You know what I'm saying? Like something like this, they try to, like, you know, hide it on the rug, and don't get hide on the rug because there's so many people knocking on the doors asking what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And my last point is, you remember that this guy said that the father said that the girl had a stalker, right?
Yeah, which they've somewhat dismissed.
So
they found the two guys.
Supposedly, forget the two guys. You got to think outside the box. So let's say they broke up in October, right? And then supposedly she said that she had a stalker in October. Maybe she sent her two friends, and he was like, "Hey man, she broke up with me for some reason. I don't know, da 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 da." And you know, I want you to go look at her. What the hell she's doing? And why there's two guys following her. They didn't go up to her, nothing. They just saw what she was doing. She beeped it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. One thing I'm gonna be honest, straight up. You know how I am. I got no filters. I think it's the boyfriend. The reason why is, think about it. This kid is an ugly ass kid, bro. He looked like a loser.
Yeah.
That's the first beautiful girlfriend, probably honest girlfriend. And bro, you never know.
Dude.
He probably lost his virginity to him. She probably, you know what I'm saying, shown things that he never been shown.
Right.
I'm being honest, dog. And he lost his mind. And he killed her. You know what I'm saying? Any girl can relate in the chat. Imagine having your first love a crazy ass dude. You know what I'm saying? That's just the honest truth, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're young. This kid probably, that's his first girlfriend ever in his whole life. You know what I'm saying? He lost his mind, though. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why he ain't got no evidence, bro. Because he's not there, bro. He's not there. He's not there.
Mm.
And the only thing is now that I'm confused, because when he was there in the ceremony, why the cops didn't really ask him questions or anything? He was right there. Yeah, I guess it was just like some Brian Laundrie shit. You had him right there, and he slipped out of your hands.
Yeah, bro.
And that's it, bro. That's all I gotta say, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to go smoke.
All right, bro. Thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk.
All right, man. Take care, man.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Okay. And that's that's honestly light Silvio, because he knows we're streaming. I didn't expect him to say this stuff about the ex, but I mean, the conversations we have on the phone, if you could be like listening or a fly on the wall listening to us talk, you'd be like, well, one, you'd probably be laughing a lot. It's yeah. All right, let me get the next caller. 570. 570, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mel.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to let you know that I love your show, and I love the card cases too.
Amazing.
Yeah, but I have two theories, actually. Well, I shouldn't say two. I have two suspects, and they're the ones that we've been talking about all night. My first one is the hoodie guy, and that's because, you know, like they said, he got thrown out of the fraternity because of his temper, at the bar that night because of his temper. And he was probably hanging around the girls. They probably knew him to see. I think he was probably wanting to pick up Kaylee, and they said that they were talking to a bunch of other guys that night, and it was fuming. He was probably fuming, getting jealous and whatnot, and you know, whatever happened, if he got in a fight with a guy that maybe tried to hit on her or something and got thrown out, but he was the one that got thrown out, not the guy that might have been hitting on her. Who knows? But so then. You know, and then he gets thrown out. He probably waited outside for them, and then when they decided to come out, he just joined up with them and said, "Hey, I want to, you know, make sure you get home safe." And you can see the way they were ignoring him, like the whole time, at the grub truck and everything. It was just, it was like they didn't want to have nothing to do with him, but he kept hanging around. And I don't know if Kaylee might have texted somebody for that ride that they got. Maybe that's why she was on the phone a lot. I know she was, you know, taking videos and stuff like that, but at the same time she was down, you know, doing something on her phone for a while. So, and then in the end, where they get their food and then they take off, he didn't notice that Joe guy told him, hey, you know, they're leaving. And then he got pissed off. He took off, and yeah, he walked down the street because you could see that he does, but he took off right away. And like somebody said, he didn't even say nothing to the guy, you know, goodbye or nothing like that. He just took off. I think he was watching her for a long time. And the way I think, this is my own theory, I think he did come to the sliding door. I think Xana and Ethan were in the room where they were, and that's right off of the sliding doors there. And I think what could have happened was either he was trying to get in, or he knocked, knowing that somebody was up, or just to see if Kaylee would come down and open the door. Who knows? Either way, I think Ethan got up to go see what was going on. And I think, you know, he opened the door because I don't think they're really afraid of just anybody. And who knows, maybe they even knew him somewhat. But I think he might have said, hey, Kaylee, you know, just texted me. Kaylee just called me, or Kaylee told me to come over. You know, I wanted to, you know, is she here? You know, or whatever. And, you know, maybe Ethan said, hey, you know, they went to bed, whatever. And I think what happened was he might have stepped outside, just like the other guy said, and there's a handprint on the door.
Right.
I really don't think that that's the killer's handprint. I think he might have said, hey, man, listen, they went to bed. You know, you'll have to see her tomorrow. Whatever could have happened, I don't know. But I think he turned around, Ethan, and I think he did stab him in the back. There was another caller who said that. And that could have been Ethan's handprint when he first got stabbed in the back. And I think he either did, you know, finish him there or right inside the kitchen because there's blood in the kitchen too. Then I think Xana, of course, heard what was going on, maybe partially came out. He saw her after he was done with Ethan, took off after her. She ran in, but I think she ran in the bedroom, but I don't think she could have closed the door fast enough.
Okay.
And I think that's where she just went down on the ground on that side of the house, you know, like maybe don't hurt me, whatever. And he killed her, which would be really the blood that was coming down off the wall like that on the outside of her room.
All right.
And then I think he made his way up. I think he made his way up then to, you know, for Kaylee and Madison.
Okay.
That's my first person. And because if you look back at those pictures, did you see those?
If you can try to get to the second one too, because there's a bunch of people on the line holding.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to say one more thing. I mean, the pictures of him slaughtering an animal and stuff like that. And he's a hunter. I mean, I'm going for him mostly.
There's a lot of hunters out there.
The second one.
Yeah.
What's that?
There's a lot of hunters out there.
Yeah, there are. But I mean, that one was especially gruesome. I mean, what he did, like to that animal, like it was disgusting.
Okay.
But anyway, and the other, like if it isn't him, I would lean towards the ex-boyfriend. They've got some good points about him. I could see him being angry. I just don't.
All right.
Unless Ethan joined the rest of them, then, you know, and said, hey, look, man, you know, leave her alone, and he got pissed at all of them. But I really think it's the first guy, you know. So.
All right. Well, thank you.
But, yeah, I don't want to keep up your time, but thank you so
Amazing.
much.
Thank you so much.
And you have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. I suspended new calls. There's 6 people waiting, so I want to get these people first before we reopen it. And I just wanted to get these super chats real quick, if possible. Marilyn, thank you so much for the super chat. Sweetness, thank you. Callie, Sandy, I gotta get back to you. We keep talking. You're supposed to the wine thing. 7-month membership. Thank you. My favorite channel. Thank you so much. Napa PO Box. It's on my YouTube channel, the About section, but I will send it to you directly too. And I know we gotta talk. We'll talk on the phone. Tracy says Jack and Coke. Raven says vodka and Sprite. Thank you guys for the super chat. SW4x4 says this guy was a fan and did work with AWP. We're talking about that YouTuber. A lot of these people were fans. I know. Jay Westside, thank you for the super chat. Says, do we know if Jack ever called Kaylee back, even in the morning? 10 calls. That's a good question. We need to know this. So all I know is that supposedly, you know, he was sleeping through it all those times. But like, that's a good question. So when he did wake up, did he call back? Or whatever, you know. Raven says, blah, laughing. Crime Time, thank you for the super chat. Says maybe law enforcement suspect the ex-boyfriend, but law enforcement told fam to be calm. Could be. Brandon Scott, artist, says after seeing the Cocaine Bear movie trailer, I'm starting to suspect the dog. I haven't seen that. What is that? Cocaine Bear? I have to check that out. It sounds interesting. Raven says, thank you for the super chat. I always feel like somebody's watching me. And I love beach. Thank you for the super chat. I got to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to play this video and I'll be right back.
Somewhat busy road between the Sigma Chi fraternity and where the murder house happened. There's a lot of apartment buildings, houses, a lot of kids going to and from. And then you turn onto this road here, which is King Road. This is actually the road that the house is on. I want to show you because it's dark out, so it's good perspective. But there's houses all over the place, both sides of the street here. lights on. You see students coming and going all the time, walking around. Not a quiet place by any means, even at night. A lot of snow, dark in some areas, but a lot of traffic. I turn here, we're going to get close to the murder house up here on the right, but you can see houses on both sides of the street again. There's media out here now, but again, normally the neighbors tell me there's a lot of people walking around, not necessarily a lot of cars. You look to the right here, this is the house where the murders happened. Big driveway in front, room for a lot of cars. I'm going to kind of get a little speed here because it's very snowy and icy. People have to go fast to get up the road. But right when you come around the corner here next to the house where the murders happened, there's a big apartment building on the left with at least 20 or 30 units. So again, a lot of people coming and going. Remind you, house where the murder happened is on the right here. And then we come up, I find this very, very interesting. This is a big parking lot, literally right behind the house where the murders happened.
Never seen
This
that.
would be a place where, look, I got stuck here. I was telling you, the snow, it's hard to get up these. Let me see if I can get up. All right, I'm stuck. I'm gonna stop for a minute though. Parking lot, this is a place where someone could have stopped to come and go from the back of the house. A little bit wooded here. Behind the parking lot, but right on the top of that hill. It's not like a forest or anything. There's more houses up there. So this isn't like an area where there'd be a ton of places to hide. Again, a lot of foot traffic, a lot of apartments, a lot of houses. This is how you would have gotten in or out in a car. I'm going to show you at the end.
That was it. Can I show you guys something real quick? And then we'll get back to the rest of the calls. The other day, I was typing in Brian Enton, right? And when I typed in his name, I noticed this other account pops up. Brian Enton's Lips. I just started dying laughing. I was like, oh, Lord. All right. Let me get the next callers. Thank you guys for holding. I feel a whole lot better. Amazing. And please subscribe right now. If you're watching, can we get the numbers up? Can we get to 160? Subscribe. We only got a couple more. We're at 159, 787. I guess I wish I could show the counter on the stream. All right, let me take the next call. And please hit like the stream. 703, how you doing? Where are you calling from? 703.
Hey, yo, Mel.
What's up?
I'm in Fairfax County, right near the Fairfax County Government Center and courthouse where Johnny Depp had his whole trial with Amber Heard.
Oh.
I rode my bike over there, actually, and got to see Johnny Depp. Anyway, I have a quick observation about Hoodie Guy. If you'll notice, when he comes into the frame on the grub truck video, the girls literally ignore him, but it's almost like he doesn't exist. Now, if the rumor is true that he got kicked out of his fraternity, in the Greek system, you don't just get kicked out; you get blackballed. That means no one in the fraternity, all the brothers, they're not even allowed to talk to the guy.
Really?
And once word gets around, anyone affiliated with any brothers, no one can talk to the guy. So it's kind of interesting. They actually act like he does not exist, like they don't see him. Even when she says "F you," whatever, which she may have been saying to the Joe Vito, but they don't even acknowledge that Hoodie Guy is even there. They may be saying it to, "Hey, mister," as if they don't even know the Hoodie Guy's name. But apparently he lives right near him, was a friend. But that was my main observation about the Hoodie Guy.
Right. So I with the Hoodie Guy, I had spoken to Kevin, the ex-AWP guy, and he had some of the same observations. I did too. As far as it just seemed like he kind of followed him from the club or whatever. And I didn't know this was a thing too, because I don't know, back in the day when I was out partying and stuff, I just would have never thought, let me just follow this chick around and shit. But I guess, everybody's different. People have different standards, and these guys these days, I would have never thought, let me just follow this chick around and follow where they're going to eat food and stuff. But it seems like that's what he was
nobody
doing.
would do that. I think what happened, it was finally sinking in that he's not allowed to talk with his brother. His whole Greek life completely over. That was probably the only friends he had. And then the girls up the street that he thought he was friends with, boom. Like, once word gets around, no one is even allowed to talk to the guy. So that, and then I think as he's walking home, he's it starts to sink in. His whole social life is completely shot now. Also, I drive a blue Mitsubishi. It's not a girl car.
What is the car I'm thinking of? I thought, but is that one like stereotypical? People say that, or which? I'm thinking of I don't know what vehicle it is.
You may be right about that. Actually, I drive a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. So the Evo, the kind of the it's like the turboed kind of Fast and Furious car. Actually, one of the Evos was in Fast and Furious. But if you drive like the straight up Lancer, that it's not the Evo trim, that could very well be kind of a girl car. But the Evo, obviously not a.
Okay. So those cars look nice too. I mean, I drive that thing. Mitsubishis, they do look pretty nice.
What do you drive, Mel?
I drive an old Honda Accord 2010 because, I mean, the story with that is I used to like buy new cars and lease. And what I realized one year, a couple of years, like 2-3 years ago, I bought this used car cash. And it's the best thing I ever did because I don't have to think about making monthly payments. I don't think I have to think about high insurance payments. Nothing. I saved so much money not having to pay this whatever. I mean, eventually I'll probably get maybe a nicer car, but I'm really happy with I live well within my means. So I don't have to stress out about things, you know.
It's a good call. A lot of my friends, they
Hondas are good, yeah.
I mean, they don't. Yeah, no, Honda Accord's good. I used to have a couple Civics, and they run forever. But yeah, a lot of people are buying cars that they can't actually afford. But anyway,
right. I used to do that. I used to be that person, dude. I was worried about what other people would think. Yeah, so I used to have to get these cars and lease this stuff, and a lot of times I couldn't afford the payments and behind on payments and all this kind of shit. It's just a lot. Listen, that was one of the best decisions I made. So, all right. Thank you for calling.
Cool,
I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right. Take care. Okay. Next caller. Hey, this stuff is starting to hit now. 408. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mel. It's Mark. I'm calling from San Jose, California.
Welcome,
and,
California.
Just subscribe to your channel. Congratulations on your channel. Doing a great job. Really enjoy watching the videos and all the content. So thank you for what the work that you're doing here. I just wanted to say that I this is all allegedly, but for me it's also the hoodie guy, just with Jackass for a couple of reasons. But I think the target is Maddie, and because you can see in the video, his real focus is on Maddie the whole time. He's not really even looking at Kaylee so much. And so what I'm thinking is actually this is pure speculation here, but I think he was friends with all four of them, and he got a ride because he lives at the apartment next door. So he was cool with them. He gets a ride with them to the bar. And the reason they don't want to, really say, they say it's a private party only because the two are underage. So the two go to the frat party. That's Ethan and Xana. They go to the frat party. They say, okay, we're here. They're kicking it. Then they come back. And then they go pick up Kaylee and Maddie. They drive them over with Jack S. in the car, maybe in the back. And there's some sort of maybe connection initially at some point with Maddie. And so he's just kind of hanging out, and he's hanging out. He's not maybe that tight, but at least he's hanging out. And then he gets kicked out of the bar, so he waits out at the bar to get his ride back home. Right? So he's thinking he's going to get a ride back home, perhaps with Ethan. As they're walking over back to the food truck, just the three of them, he's kind of just lingering around, thinking he might just be, getting a ride back. And then when they ditch him, he's like kind of in shock, right? And now he's being rejected by all four of them, right? And those are the four that were killed. So now he's got to walk home, and he's like thinking what he's going to do. He either goes back to his apartment, maybe, to get a weapon, or he already has the weapon in his jacket, because it seems like he's feeling something in his jacket this whole time on the his left hand. He goes back into the house, the side door, because he's been in there before. Then he goes straight upstairs, and he's going after Maddie. Now, who's going to give a bigger fight? It's going to be Kaylee, because she's not as intoxicated. She's a little bit more together, so they, duke it out. But they're all in their beds, and the reason the dog is not out is because Kaylee brought the dog with her, and I'm thinking that she put him in the other room, the dog, and they put a blanket over. And so they don't want to wake up the dog. They've already been at the club. So they're coming back home. They're just going to sleep, through the night, and they'll just, wake up the dog in the morning. They don't want to disturb the dog. So the dog is in the other room. He goes into Maddie's room. They're sleeping, and he attacks. Then as he's coming down, Ethan hears something, meets him maybe somewhere in the hallway. They're going at it. And then and maybe Ethan had something to drink too. We don't know. I don't know. But and then there's who else is left is Xana. So now he's got all four, and that's the reason why he did it. That's total speculation, but that's my theory. I don't unless it's someone completely like some serial killer or some other random, whatever it could be. But that's what I'm thinking. And we haven't seen him lately. We haven't heard from the parents. There's all these rumors about going out of the country. It just seems odd.
Right.
They said that he was right enough, 5 hours away up to the parents' cabin, which means it's not their primary house. It's another, it's like a second house. And I'm thinking he probably took some evidence up there. Maybe he buried it. Maybe who knows what he did up there. I don't know. I mean, that's just trying to assess everything, kind of putting all the dots together. There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
So,
Man. Everybody's
absolutely.
still.
Have a good one.
Thank you too.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
There's 4 more callers, so I'm gonna clear these calls out, and then we can decide if we want to open up the calls again. Charging this thing for a while. There we go. The Africa thing with Jack S. Like, I've never seen any kind of confirmation, and I had heard about that for a while, and I hadn't talked about it until I heard Kaylee's father talk about it. And I think he got that probably through speculation as well, but I'm not sure. Maybe he heard that from somebody more credible. Maybe that private investigator he hired, maybe they'll tell him more. I don't know. Also, Silvio's texting me. A while back, he had told me about some part in this food truck video where a guy mentions or says 666. So, I don't know. I told him to send me the specific part. He wants you guys to hear it. I don't know. So if he sends it to me, we'll play it for the stream too. 666. All right, 314. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, calling from Missouri. My name's Annie.
Hi,
I've been
Annie.
a member for over a year.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I love your show. Well, I'm going to make this quick. So I've gone back and forth a lot on who I think did it or like what the circumstances were, and I was tempted to say like, oh, like they were targeting Kaylee and Maddie because of the food truck, but I really don't think that's the case. I think that it definitely is a student. I think that it's someone actually who is related to the frat, because I feel like there's been no commentary whatsoever from anybody from a frat or sorority. And usually, like, I went to a really big school and I lived with a couple of roommates that were in sororities, and like I was never in that world but always heard about what went on. And usually when people go radio silent, like they're trying to hide something as a community. If they have a whole Panhellenic council and everything that like pretty much tells the heads of each of the Greek life organizations on campus, like, okay, it's time to be quiet. So that's suspicious to me. And I noticed that Ethan's parents are, and I'm not saying, definitely we want to be like respectful to families, but I noticed that they're the only family that hasn't given Steve Goncalves the like okay to talk about or mention their son. And he seems very careful not to mention or speak on their son. He actually said, I have permission to talk or just to mention Xana, but I don't want to speak on anything else. So I kind of found that was weird. But I think, yeah, everyone's like jumping to this conclusion about Kaylee and her boyfriend and whatever else. But honestly, it just seems weird that Xana's dad was called to fix the locks. We don't know which locks that he was called to fix. And then, you know, Ethan's parents said he was really popular, and his mom said not that that meant anything, but that he was really popular. He was really athletic. Like, he just honestly seemed like a guy that a lot of people liked. And I feel like sometimes people who don't get into Greek life can be really jealous of these guys or girls. And yeah, like it's a big, I mean, yeah, like in certain fraternities have like reputations of being wealthier, filled with wealthier guys or more hot guy. Like, you know, I mean, they have a criteria for who they pick. So I think this could be a student who feels disgruntled, like maybe he was like hazed during the process of trying to pledge, or he didn't get in, or he got kicked out. Like there's something with the Ethan and Xana piece that I feel like is missing, and nobody's talking about them, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there is a
Like,
lot.
no-
It's the focus is definitely on Kaylee and Maddie. So
Yeah, and I think that too, like that's weird. I also think that that's kind of like our own kind of like bias in society. So people are like, oh, how'd she afford the Range Rover? And like, did she have a sugar daddy? And I think that's ridiculous because number one,
yeah,
like you're a car guy. Like Range Rovers, they lose their value in like 2 seconds. Second of all, like a 2016 that's like a $300 payment, and she definitely seemed like she worked really hard, and like she would definitely have money for like a couple $1,000 down payment. And nowadays they'll give you a car with $50 down payment. So I don't think that's really concerning. And then like again, I just think there's like this weird black box when it comes to Xana. Like, didn't they say that Xana and Maddie worked together at that restaurant downtown? Like, they must have ran into so many different people. Like, they just had a parents' weekend the weekend before. Like, so many people come through towns like that, college towns like that. And I just think that, like, people are just not paying attention to the whole Xana and Ethan angle. That is just my opinion.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
One last thing I want to say. Oh, one last thing. Sorry. One thing I wonder is, like, this whole reward thing is really bothering me. Again, I do think that Steve Gonzalez did say, hey, like, I get they don't want people seeing reward posters, and that might cause people to, you know, not want to rush a sorority or whatever. That's what he was saying when he said not want to rush or when they're rushing. But I wonder, like, can the community come together and, like, just do a GoFundMe and say, hey, we're putting up a reward, or do we feel like that's a step far? Because I just think that's ridiculous not to offer a reward.
I really don't know because there's already multiple GoFundMes for the family. So I don't know that if the community comes together and says, okay, we're going to do this for a reward. I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It's a good question. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. I mean, we heard Steve talk about it. It is kind of weird. Yeah.
It's just it doesn't make sense. It just and see how many tips they got when they said, "Hey, does anybody know about a white car?" So like it's a college town, the economy's bad. I think if they honestly offered a reward, then people would come out with more information. But thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank
Keep
you
up
so
the
much.
work.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. So, guys, we have some pretty interesting stuff. 3 other callers, but we have to pause for a second. So there is some really interesting stuff that Mina on Discord, or Mayna on Discord figured out with regards to that audio call. I'm going to pull it up here for you 1 second. The audio call that there's somebody screaming and that somebody recorded it. Now, there is somebody that said in an article that there was I'm just going to show this part of the conversation. I DM one of the authors listed in this article. He says the screenshot is fake. Which screenshot? This, let me see here. I guess we're talking about this particular one. I don't know how is the screenshot fake though. This is a reporter with Daily News. It says a decent sized YouTuber shared this, and I'm wondering if it's fake or real. It says fake. Lots of fake shit on YouTube. So I don't know if that means the audio's fake. Let's see. I still don't. I'm not too sure that. So there's. Let's see. I'll pull up the article as well. I don't know. How would that be fake though? Lots of fake shit on YouTube. So this reporter, I looked him up on Sean Cohen. I might have to make a separate video on this. Senior reporter on the Daily Mail exclusives team. iCkEdMeL, the highlighted paragraph in the article is fake. No way. No fucking way. How would he fake that? With Photoshop or something? I'm so confused about that. Let me show you this screenshot. So they're saying supposedly this screenshot is fake. Saying supposedly that's fake. I mean, I guess you could Photoshop it if you wanted to. I mean, that's kind of going out of your way, but you could, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Because you know what's interesting is that the other articles that I read with regards to this neighbor, if you remember earlier in the stream, the neighbor had said that woke up to a sound that sounded like a party sound. This is very different from like a party sound. A blood-curdling scream. This is the only screenshot that I've seen. All the other articles had said that he kind of he thought he heard like a party sound and kind of dismissed it. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's on News Nation. We'll have to see then. I'm gonna follow up with it, but probably tomorrow. Maybe we'll make a video on it to see if we get more clarification. I can put it together. But supposedly that person is saying at least the screenshot they're saying it's fake. Somebody from the Daily Mail. All right, let me take these other three callers. 678. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey Mel, how are
Hi.
you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. So I'm going to try to make it quick because sometimes your chat can be really brutal. Very brutal. So I think that this is an ex-boyfriend and not referring to Jack specifically because apparently I can't remember her name. She broke up with him in October, so she could have been seeing somebody else. It could have been, and it could have been an ex-boyfriend of somebody else. So it could be an ex-boyfriend of any of the girls. It could be a stalker of any of the girls. Or could it possibly have been a love triangle with Ethan and his girlfriend that just went horribly wrong? And I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on that? Because you always listen to what everybody else has to say, but you never express what your thoughts are. So am I off track? Am I like way off?
Okay, say that again. What's your thought?
Okay. So I think that it could be an ex-boyfriend, not specifically to any particular girl, an ex-boyfriend, a stalker, not too specific I'm not saying that anyone has a specific stalker. I'm just saying it could be an ex-boyfriend to any of the girls, a stalker to any of the girls, or maybe could it be a love triangle with Ethan and his girl that just went horribly wrong? And then I want to know, what do you think about everything I just said?
I think it could be anything. I mean,
you're a really good listener.
Yeah.
But, I mean, nobody really talks about Ethan and his girlfriend. You know, everybody's talking about the two girls that were in the bed together.
Right.
The BFF. No one's really talking about Ethan and the girlfriend. Could there have been a love triangle?
No, I feel like that stuff has gotten, like, the love triangle stuff, people have kind of like dispelled it already. I thought they said that's not really a thing.
Well, no. Well, and maybe it isn't. I'm just asking questions. That's all. And I just wanted to know your thoughts. Me personally, I do think that it could be an ex-boyfriend and not necessarily Jack. Is it Jack? We got a lot of J's. So I don't want to mess it up. There's a lot of J names. I think it's Jack is one of the ex-boyfriends. I'm not referring to him specifically. I'm just saying, could it be an ex-boyfriend? Could it be a stalker? Or could it be a love triangle gone wrong? That's all I'm asking. And I just wanted to know, what do you think? Because it was pretty brutal. Somebody was pretty pissed off about something.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, what are your thoughts?
I've said it multiple times, like what my thoughts are, but like I just saw somebody in the chat too. Lisa said, "Good call, Mel. Never make a definitive opinion." Well, I mean, I've had some thoughts, but I learned a long time ago not to like speak in absolutes because that shit can come back and bite you in the ass. I have no idea. I really have no. I don't think it's like a love triangle because if they spelled that, I don't think it's like drugs. I'm not somebody that normally thinks it's like the craziest shit that people are coming up with. I'm normally kind of like a Occam's razor type of person. But like I truly don't know. And I really don't drive myself crazy thinking like what I look at this stuff and that's it. Like I don't lose my mind over it thinking, you know, hopefully the truth comes out. It definitely seems super personal to me. I've looked at certain angles, but then when they say it's cleared and dismissed or whatever, like cops are dismissing it, or at least publicly, then I'm kind of like, okay, then, you know, I move on to the next thing. But like, I don't really, like you're not going to hear me say like, I think it's this person that's been dismissed already.
Yeah, I was just wondering like your thoughts because you follow true crime, I follow true crime, and I was just wondering like, we know that stalkers can be pretty hardcore. We know that ex-partners can be pretty hardcore, and I just wanted to know your thoughts. Not saying that you would say, oh, yeah, I definitely think this is it. No, I wasn't asking for that. I was just asking kind of like, are you leaning towards anything at all? Like, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios that it could be. I don't think it's a serial killer. Me personally, I don't. In my personal opinion, I don't think it is. I think that it is someone that's close to to somebody, and that could be an ex-boyfriend or an ex-girlfriend or maybe a stalker. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's all. And I was just asking you because you always listen to everybody else's opinions, and I was just asking you, what do you think? You know, and I know
all right, well,
whenever
thank
you share your thoughts, you're not saying, I definitely think it's this, that, or the other. I'm not going to take it to that extreme. I'm just asking, like, do you think that it could be any of those scenarios is all I'm asking.
Okay. I appreciate the call because I got to get two other calls, but I think, like I said, I think it could be anything. And I think it's personal, you know, but I have no idea. I really don't spend my time too much like in, you know, could it be this, could it be that? Like it's that person. And I've spoken on it multiple times already, so I don't know. Like I said earlier, I don't know if you've listened to the other calls, but like I've already said that like when the food truck video came out, I was first looking at the food truck guy, but then police said no, like it's not him. So then Then I was looking at all these calls that were made. Then police are saying no. So it's just like crossing out and moving to the next thing. So like, I don't really,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
I think that video that was released about the food truck, I think that really, I think a lot of people were like, oh, yeah, it's definitely that guy in the hoodie, or it's definitely, and I just didn't really, I was just kind of leaning more towards a stalker, because I guess there were rumors that have come out recently that one of the girls did have two stalkers, not just one, but two. That's pretty dangerous. People.
Yeah, and then
never
cops have
had a
dismissed
stalker
that
before.
too. Cops have dismissed that too. So it's like you just keep going
Yeah,
on to
so
the
it's
next thing.
kind of crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the
Yeah,
call.
and then okay.
All right,
Well,
thanks.
have a good night.
Bye. Thank you.
All right.
Bye. 201. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey Mel, it's Maria. My handle is Maria by Love. We've chatted before.
Oh, Maria, I remember
I
you.
just wanted
Maria. You remind me of it was. Okay, go ahead.
I love your channel. You know I'm always watching and liking all your posts. But I was wondering if you had seen the conversations that are going on online, and I shared it with you on Messenger about that they deserved it because they were like mean girls. And apparently there was another girl that may have committed suicide because of like them treating her bad.
Where did you send me
seen
that?
that?
No, I saw someone in the
I
chat
sent it
earlier
to-
mention that. You sent out Instagram?
I sent it. Yeah, I sent it to you on Messenger, on Facebook Messenger.
Oh, Facebook.
And it's like a series of chats, and they're saying like she deserved it. Each and every one of them deserved what they got. Karma finally caught up with the horror of the gang did to that girl back then. Like, I haven't seen a lot of people talking about it, and I'm just curious if like you heard anything about it, or anyone in the chat heard anything about this, if it's real or not. But it seems real. It seems like a bunch of different posts from a few different people talking the same way, and they're even commenting that it's like some tattoo artist from the area is making these comments about them being like mean girls.
Let's see. You sent it to my Facebook page?
No, I sent it to you on Instant Messenger.
Instagram.
No, sorry. Facebook Messenger.
Facebook
Sorry,
Messenger.
sorry.
Okay. So under Maria?
Yeah. It says my last name. So don't say it online, but yeah, it's from my personal Facebook page to you. The tweet is from Cindy Sleuth, Cindy P at Cindy Sleuth, and she's replying to like a bunch of different people, and she says she's seen this. It's a tattoo artist from the area, is commenting disparagingly, ... And then it's like a bunch of different chats where it's like Crime Chicken Fried, My Corgi Stories at Manfa _Panda. And then it says like she deserved it. And then if you read down to the bottom one, it also says it's tragic that their parents raised them to be a group of mean girls well into their adulthood. See what happens when you lease the wrong person from the area originally. We all know why it happened.
Okay. I really don't see it in my inbox. How long ago did you send it?
Since I've been online. Let me send it to you on...
Okay, or type another message in so it bumps up to the top.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Hold on.
Okay, thanks.
Of course.
Can you send it to my Facebook page or my personal Facebook?
I sent the iCkEdMeL personal. It says.
So that's Instagram then.
I thought this was Facebook Messenger.
The iCkEdMeL personal page. That's my Instagram. Let's see, Maria.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Facebook. Let me.
Let's see,
What's your email again?
It's iCkEdMeL@gmail.com.
Okay, I just emailed it.
Okay, let me do that. Let's see.
Oh.
Let's take a look. Okay.
I don't know why the email's not coming through. Oh, now. Okay, you should just get.
I'm going to take a look. Chasing Truth said Inan Harsh did not release a screen recording from the night in question. Here's the article from the New York Post, and I read the Idaho Statesman today in my live. He isn't even sure he heard a scream. That's the thing. Like, this shit. So I'm going to follow up on this tomorrow more, but, like, I mean, that's fucking despicable if you're making shit up like that. Like, you're just one of these people. I'm going to hold my tongue, and I'll look into this more tomorrow, and we can make a video. But if you're that thirsty to make shit up because this person's done it before, that's fucking despicable. Because you can go into Google Chrome, and this is what I was talking about. You can go into Google Chrome. You can go into like the HTML code, and you can change certain text to say whatever you want it to say, and then it looks like that for everybody else. So like, and like I said earlier too, all the other articles say this person thought he heard like some sort of party type of sound. This one screenshot says he heard a blood curdling sound. All right, so like, if this shit was made up, that's fucking despicable. All right, let me look and see for the email you sent me.
You know, they just want attention.
Yeah,
it's sick.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you sent me now.
I don't know if this is real or made up, but I did see some other tweets where it looks like a girl did commit suicide that went to the school. And if that's true, that's really, really sad. And that might be a motive, but I haven't heard many people talking about it.
It's tragic that their parents raised them to be a group of mean girls well into their adulthood. See what happens when you tease the wrong person. From the area originally, we all know why it happened. That's weird. And they're posting on there. See, I'd have to look up that Facebook name too and see if it's a new account or if it's like an account with activity to see if they're not trolling. That's pretty weird. See the account. Oh, no, it's an established account. I mean, I don't know if they're trolling or not though, but and it says they're in California. I don't know.
But
okay, yeah,
I don't know.
Look into it more.
Anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And as for the school and not putting up like wanted posters, from what I understand, it's the school that's controlling that because the town makes the money from the school. And so they don't want to, I can't imagine who wants to go to that school right now, but September's just around the corner basically. And so they're worried about what, you know, new people coming to college is going to look like, what those enrollment numbers will look like. So that's what I've heard, but I don't know if that's true. But I just thought I'd share that and see if you heard of anything about it.
Okay.
Keep doing a good job.
Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Thanks so much, Mel.
All right,
Have a good
take
night.
care. Bye.
Bye.
So Mo sent me something, and she did the edit in the HTML. I think it's the HTML. I forgot how to do it. That's how a lot of these people get scammed. So I will take my time on this and make a video tomorrow if I have to on this bullshit, because this is despicable if this is true, what this person did. But you can easily edit some HTML or whatever. Look what Mo did. After a thorough search through many social media sites, it has come to our attention that the YouTuber iCkEdMeL is the only platform that is not only sharing factual information, but they are also doing amazing work when it comes to debunking claims and rumors. You could easily do some shit like this. So if this guy did that, I don't want to think that this guy did that, but he's done this with the Gabby Petito situation where he downloaded some woman's video or somebody's video of a boat, pretended it was Brian Laundrie on a boat or some shit. And so, like, I really hope that this person wouldn't fabricate some shit like this for views. And this was the whole conversation where I talked about earlier with, like, clickbait and shit. Like, this stuff, if it was done like this, is despicable. You know what I'm saying? There's no space for that. Let me take this last caller and we'll call it up. 864, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing there, buddy?
Good. Oh, how you doing?
Yeah, this is happy news. They call me Johan. I'm over here on the East Coast. Hey, I don't really know about who did what, but I've been doing a lot of studying the last couple of years on these serial killer types, and the personality traits that I got from the FBI profiling website stuff that they look at is you look at a narcissist. There's a spectrum where a narcissist will start out on the left side and kind of gets into the pathological traits of a sociopath and into a psychopath. Well, this guy here, I think really truly, if you look at this, there's one thing we don't know is the height of this guy, because they know how tall this guy had to be with the trajectory of that knife that went into Ethan. So you take the height of how tall Ethan was or his position, they should be able to know how tall this guy was that did this killing.
Right.
And they can also take how the blunt force was with that knife as to how much strength it took to do it. Because this guy had to be pretty athletic. I mean, it could have just been some wimpy dude that just showed up. I mean, kill 4 people and then leave. What I think this guy either had a pair of coveralls on, some gloves, and maybe a backpack with some change of clothes or something, because when he left, there's no trace. Now, 3 weeks later, a detective, I think his name is Ron, he went up there and he found a glove and a boot print by a garbage can. And he called the FBI or called the local police department. They came out and picked the glove up. But what I don't understand is why in the beginning the FBI and all them didn't all start going around looking at cameras around town and looking for vehicles. 3 weeks later, looking for a freaking car that could have been cleaned. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. There's so much of this case right here I think they really dropped the ball on. And I don't know, unless the FBI has more than the local police have. I have no idea. But looking at serial killers and stuff, I just don't really buy it. I think it was more like a revenge thing or something to do with jealousy. That guy was watching that house because the neighbor next door said when he walked the dog, you could look through the house like he did many times because there's no blinds in the window. So I don't know. I think it's a case of rejection, revenge, or jealousy. So that's all I really got to say to everybody. I also want to send my love to everybody there in the chat and wish everybody a great night. But thanks for taking my call there, pal.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for your insight. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Hey, I like your channel, too.
Thank you. All right, take care. Okay, we're going to take a look at this there is a new clip. And again, thank you to everybody that's been sending me information, the mods, even subscribers. I think Jazz sent this one here. Is this lady talking again? Oh, that was from previously. I was gonna say, damn, this the coroner's on again. Let me get the super chats and then we'll watch this new clip. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it. You guys kind of made my night. Where did I leave off at? Okay. Pam, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, love you, Mel. Never stop doing what you do. Always giving us the truth. Thank you. Janie, first step in being responsible adult is to choose your money wisely. Yes. Used car paid in full with a good warranty can't beat it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I used to have that mentality. Trust me, I used to have that mentality. Oh, I gotta have this and that and be paying all those crazy monthly payments. Just one payment, own the shit. Car's good quality. Saved me probably thousands of dollars. Jay Westside, if the police would be open and admit they are over their heads, we would not have to wonder. Mel, are you a Taurus? No, I'm a Gemini. Silence Betrayal, thank you so much for the super chats, both of them. Amazing. Jay Westside says the police need to show the cards now. We will find this person in the next 48 hours. I don't know. Becca. She said a student, Hannah, from university passed of an OD. Dirty Vegas says, did you see the video in Banfield of guys covering their face coming from the house? No. Reporter didn't know if they were private. Oh, yeah, those people. I saw that video. I think they're just like investigators or something. Reporter didn't know if they were private investigators or investors. or not. I don't know. I figured they were like some sort of agency. Janie, terrible ish happens at universities all over the country. This isn't going to harm enrollment rates. True. Let's check this out here.
I interviewed here on this show 2 weeks ago about the autopsies that she oversaw in the Idaho murders. Kathy Mabbutt just happens to be James Leonard's defense attorney. I know, this is a lot to process.
If you guys are wondering what the hell's going on, what are we talking about right now? I should probably record this for a snippet. Do I have the screenshot still? Damn it. Okay. So let me record this. So the other day there was an arrest, and supposedly this happened near the 112 house. This guy got battery, domestic violence with traumatic injury, assault aggravated with deadly weapon, strangulation attempted, and children injury to child, right? Okay, let me show you the screenshot of this guy's face. Amazing. Disappeared. Here we go. The guy right here. Okay, arrested in Moscow. That's him right there. And so they were alleging that he was a peeping Tom, but I haven't seen anywhere confirm that. But this guy did recently get arrested and charged. And apparently this guy has there was some sort of murder situation back years ago, which I don't have it up on my screen right now. And so this is the guy they're talking about right now. Idaho convict arrest not connected to student killings. So check it out.
The county coroner in this case, Kathy Mabbutt, who I interviewed here on this show 2 weeks ago about the autopsies that she oversaw in the Idaho murders. Kathy Mabbutt just happens to be James Leonard's defense attorney.
Isn't that crazy? She's the defense attorney for this guy. She's also the coroner.
I know, this is a lot to process. What? Fortunately, I have one of the best in the business to help me navigate through this. Michael Harrigan is a retired FBI special agent. He's the former chief of the Federal Violent Crime Criminal Apprehension Program, and he's also a former police officer. So, Michael Harrigan, I don't know where to start. We got a guy with a gash in his arm. Okay, maybe the wound is more recent than one from 3 weeks ago. He's violent. He has a penchant for knives, was found with 2 of them on him. Has no problem beating up women and daughters.
No problem beating up women, allegedly, or his kids and stuff. And there was something else. I know James, he's a piece of S, bad man, but this was a domestic with his wife. He has done this with every woman he's been with. It was a domestic call that came in, and those charges are on his wife and the child in the home. He used to be married to my niece's mother, did it to her too. I'm not sure why people are caping for this guy. He's probably not involved with the murders, but I don't know. It's like these, the community has no problem targeting innocent people with no criminal or like they didn't do anything wrong. But like, God forbid, you're talking about somebody that like beats women, beats children. That's out of the question and shit.
People close to him. And has no problem shooting a man dead because they were in an argument about girlfriends.
How dare you talk about this guy?
To bury the body secretly so no one could see it. Do you have a shovel? That's the kind of guy I would think would be, it would be hard to rule him out quickly. It's only been a couple days since he was arrested. So can you help me walk through maybe why the police are saying that his arrest is unrelated to this murder? Nothing to see here?
Well, Ashley, good seeing you again. And this is an interesting turn of events with this individual who's close to there and the circumstances of the knife and the assault and his prior criminal history. So this guy would have been somebody the investigators would have been all over on this one, looking at him. But it wouldn't be probably too hard to rule him out if they knew he was somewhere else at the time the crime was committed.
And we would believe the people, but that's important, right? Because who would, maybe he was with his wife and the teenagers, and they're terrified of this guy. So why would they not say anything that would give him an alibi on something as horrible as a quadruple murder? We know what he's capable of doing if he's not angry with them.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. It all depends on how the alibi is established And, it could be video evidence. It could be a non-associated person that he was with and other people saw him. Could be anything. But you also have to remember in these cases, too, that just because someone is put aside and is ruled out initially, they're always kept in the back. I mean, there's always a record of these interviews, and they're always looked at maybe down the road. But, I would think that with these characteristics that came out in the media, that they would have been clearly focused on this guy quickly. And for them to say that he's off the plate, I would say they probably have some pretty solid indicators that he's not involved.
I hope so. Okay, how about Kathy Mabbitt, the coroner? She's his defense attorney. This couldn't be more weird. Is this a conflict of interest, or is this how small town things have to work out? There's only so many defense attorneys and coroners.
Damn, bro.
That's a really,
it's not a small town. Nobody knows anybody. It's a big town. I don't know. Somehow this woman's defending his defense attorney.
It's like a very odd turn of events. And the nature of living in the small town, which I've lived in some small ones over the years, is that a lot of times these professionals that are lawyers and others, and the coroner is generally either appointed or elected, is they all have other jobs, like this, in this case, it's the attorney. So it's not unusual in a small town to have some cross pollination there between professions. What makes it interesting is with this individual and the visual on it, him, the circumstance of his background and some of the internet chatter about him potentially being connected here, or the questions about that. But until the police find that he is actually a person of suspicion or a person of interest, and there's something there, I don't think there's really an ethical issue there, because she's an attorney. She represents people. But if there was a situation where this individual was under suspicion and she knew that, she would probably have to recuse herself pretty quickly there.
Somebody said it's a effing freak show.
It's fascinating, to see a case like this all of a sudden pop up. And like I said, the internet went, it broke over this guy with a big bandage on your arm. I mean, obviously people would be concerned about that. Michael Harrigan, thank you. It's been good to have you, and I can't wait to have you back. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation now.
So I guess somebody asked me earlier what happened with that guy. Hopefully they're watching the stream now, or I'll post the clip on like Facebook or whatever. And we've been here for 4.5 hours. Holy crap. Definitely past the normal limit. Let me get the rest of the super chats. Janie. Okay, I got that already. Heffa, say what? Your unbiased behavior is what keeps us at peace. You have a great team of followers now, and you're simply amazing. Thank you so much. Jay Westside says, thank you for the super chat. Think about everything we have heard. No way police don't know anything yet. They all need to be taken off this case. Debutan. Are you kidding me? Coroner's defense attorney? How in the heck is that even possible? That's a total conflict of interest. I'm in shock right now. I guess they're saying it's not. I don't know. This is normal shit. For a lot of people, this is normal. I don't see this as normal, but I guess, that's normal. I don't know. And as far as, I did get an email. I'm going to look into this, but I don't see myself spending a whole bunch of time on this whole thing, whether it's fake or not, or I don't know. This Iman stuff. How do I save this? The screaming. Did he scream? Did he not scream? Did he hear screaming? Did he not hear screaming? Let's see. Enon Harsh. November. 4 killed and stabbing across street. No screams, no evidence, no trace. So over here they say no screams, but then and an article from Yahoo, which sometimes you got to be careful because a lot of these articles, here's the thing I learned a long time ago too. A lot of these articles are just quoting other articles. A lot of these articles are quoting one article. So if somebody F's up, everybody's copying the person that F'd up. And especially somebody like Yahoo News, they just copy whatever. They're quoting each other. And a lot of times that's not anything that's pretty normal. So I've seen it. There's been times where one person or article might have it wrong and everybody else is just quoting the article that's incorrect. Enon, a local chef, told the Idaho Statesman he got home around 1:30 on November 13 after working late at the working late. The home at 1122 Road was usually bustling at the time. He told the news site, but instead there was not a lot of activity. And over here it says he said he heard what sounded like a scream come from 1122. The statesman reported, which did they report that? I don't even know, man. I can't with this back and forth. We'll see what comes of it. If I find something for certain, we'll do a video on it. But I don't know. Splat Tooney, if that's how you say it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't think a reward is being offered because the police have some evidence to go off of. They're not desperate for info to put a reward out yet. Brandon says should end the live with Cocaine Bear movie trailer. The problem is if I play that trailer, they might copy claim the video. So I can't do that. Cocaine Bear. But I'm tired. It is late. Cocaine Bear. I kind of want to see what it's a new movie too. It's a new trailer 9 days ago. Cocaine Bear. I'll drop it on Discord. Get a whole bunch of DMs. All right, I think I'm good, man. Thank you guys so much again for tonight. I appreciate it. I enjoyed the conversation. Make sure you check out the app Swag It. Just click the link, download it, do a giveaway at the end of the month. Happy holidays. Hope you guys have a good weekend. Take care of yourselves. Spend time with your family. All that good stuff. It's based on true events. The Cocaine Bear thing. It's a movie about a bear on cocaine. What's this shit about? As soon as I end the stream, I'm gonna watch it. What's this shit about? Cocaine Bear. Inspired by the 1985 true story. Ooh, it already sounds like a movie that I would like. Of drug runners, plane crash, missing cocaine, and the black bear that ate it. The bear's on cocaine, run! Cocaine Bear. Sometimes you can play the trailers and it's not a problem, but sometimes they'll copy claim the video for whatever reason. Cocaine Bear. Don't do it. Don't do it. Looks dumb. Cocaine. Good night, guys. Love you. Peace. Bye. No, don't spoil.